Everybody, welcome to the regular City Council meeting for Tuesday, December the 20th of 2022. I will now call the meeting to order. Can I have a roll call, please?
Here.
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 Here. Here. If everyone would please join us in a silent prayer followed by a flag salute. Do we have any veterans in the audience? I know Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, would you like to lead us in the flag salute? Would you? After the prayer? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Tina, can you please read our replay statement? All right, thank you. First, I want to thank everybody for being here tonight, who's here in support of whoever you're here in support of. And we're going to let you know that we're going to be briefly doing some, handing out some plaques for some things, and then after that, we're going to do the reorganization of the City Council. After that is complete, we will then allow a short time for any photos with family or anything like that after that time. So, thank you. Mr. Hines?
I would first like to hand a plaque to you, sir, for your service as mayor from 2020 to 2022. I'm gonna.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I would also like to present a plaque to Vice Mayor Sandu for his service during 2020 through 2022. Additionally, we would like to recognize our council members for their four-year term ending today. Our first recognizing is Councilmember Rich Lozano, serving from 2018. Next up, our Mayor, Ron Farmer, service from 2018. And next up, Paul Sandu, our Vice Mayor, service from 2018 to 2022.
Finished? Okay.
That concludes my presentation, sir.
Would either of you like to make any comments? Huh? Later, okay. Well, I'll just say a few words real quick. I just want to say thank you for these, and congratulations to my fellow council members. 4 years went really quick. really long but really quick at the same time. And we've been through a lot. It's hard to remember everything that happened, but it's a whirlwind for sure. But I want to say thank you for, first of all, for the people of Galt trusting us and putting us in this position, not only once, but twice. And also to my fellow council members for allowing me to serve as mayor for 2 years. It's been a very rewarding and challenging job at the same time, but it's something I'll always look back on very fondly, so thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I have a few comments, if you allow me? Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming tonight. I would like to take this moment to express my gratitude to citizens of Galt, re-electing me for the Galt City Council. We have made a lot of progress past 4 years, but there is still a lot of work to be done. I look forward to continue to working towards moving the city in a positive direction. 4 years ago, when I first ran, I ran a campaign on what I do on council if I were elected. This time around, the citizens were able to decide based on the work I did for last 4 years. I could not have done it without your support. Thank you to my wife, my kids, my grandkids for standing with me throughout this campaign and giving me the support and encouragement to finish in a very strong position. Thank you so much to the community and my support. This would not be possible without you. I'm forever grateful and honored that you have put your trust in me. I look forward to representing all of the Galt citizens. Continue for your voice. Even some of not support me. I'm your represent and I will be with you. Congratulations to Mr. Farmer and Mr. Lozano for your re-election. I look forward to continue to work with you. And I also like to thank you. There is some people in the audience, they're coming from the other city. There is a Bobby Singh Allen. She's the second time elected as a mayor of Elk Grove. Bobby Singh Allen. And there is some other coming from the Sacramento organization. And we have a sports club in Sacramento. There are a lot of representatives, they're coming from there. We serve in Sacramento too. And again, I would like to thank you, everyone. Come this meeting, thank you, support us to give the next 4 years. We will do the best we can. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's it.
Yeah, just a few brief words. I want to thank the citizens of Galt for allowing me to serve the last 4 years. With all the issues that we've run across, including a pandemic and things like that, it's been a little bit of a rough ride. But thank you for supporting the council along the way and holding us accountable where we needed to be. And I think that's important. I want to thank my wife Pam, who's in the audience tonight, my daughters, my brothers, who are all here, for their support, not only throughout the 4 years, but certainly the last several months during this new campaign. So thank you to the citizens for entrusting us, and I want to congratulate Vice Mayor Sandu and Mayor Farmer on their re-elections, and with any luck, we'll stay away from a pandemic, and we'll stay away from all the craziness that's happened, but and move forward in a positive direction. So thank you so much.
All right, with that, again, thank you, Mayor Singh Allen, for being here tonight. I apologize I didn't mention you in the beginning. So many faces, so many people. All right, moving on to item B, the reorganization of the City Council. The subject will be the oath of office and the reorganization of the Galt City Council. Ms. Hubert?
So if the three of you want to step down, I will give you your oath. That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And during such time as I am a member of the Galt City Council, I will faithfully discharge the duties of the position of council member according to the best of my ability.
So do we proceed with the roll call? Just standard roll call first? It says roll call next.
Should be the.
So it should be at the end, right?
Okay.
Is my mic? Oh, there it is. So we've done this before, but I'll go over the process for nominations. We're going to do the nominations for the mayor first. City clerk is going to open the nomination period, and any council member can make a nomination for any other council member that they wish. It doesn't require a second. You can just simply say a name, and that person is nominated. After all the nominations are made, the city clerk will close the nomination period, and then she will do a roll call vote for the candidates in the order in which they were nominated. And the first candidate to receive a majority of votes will be the mayor. After the mayor is selected, then the mayor will open the nominations for the selection of the vice mayor and will follow the same process for the vice mayor. Are there any questions?
No, sir.
Okay.
Okay, I hereby open the nominations for mayor.
J. Battenberg for mayor.
I second.
There's no second
No
required.
second?
No.
Okay.
Any other
There-
nominations?
Okay, I hereby, no more nominations. I hereby close the nominations for mayor.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Sandu,
I.
Councilmember Papineau,
Aye.
Councilmember Vandenberg.
Aye.
We have a quorum.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilman Farmer. So the next item on the agenda is the vice mayor. So I'll now open up nominations, and I nominate Mr. Paul Sandu.
In the interest of the spirit of a rotating mayor and vice mayor, the one senior member of this council that has not served in either of those roles in 4 years is Mr. Rich Lozano, so I'd like to nominate him for vice mayor.
So now, no more nominations. I close the nominations, and now we go for a roll call vote on Mr. Sandu, correct? First?
Yes. All right, making notes. So, Mayor Vandenberg,
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Lozano,
No.
Councilmember Farmer,
Yes.
Councilmember Sandu.
Aye.
So we have a quorum.
Congratulations, sir.
If none of the council members have a statement, because you already made some, maybe you still do, you're welcome to do that now. If not, I would like to have a small recess of 10 minutes so that we can take some photos for those that would choose to.
Thank you.
He got one. Okay, we're going to call the recess over, and now on to regular agenda items. First one would be agenda approval, additions and/or deletions. Does any of the city council have any additions or deletions of the regular agenda items? If there is none, so then we move on to presentations. Is there any? Thank you, sir. Next would be public comment. Madam Clerk. Is there any public comment either online or in person?
No public comment.
Thank you. Then we'll move on to item F, reports from city council members, regional boards, commissions, and/or committees. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a Sacramento Transportation Authority meeting on December 8th. One thing, to approve a resolution extending Assembly Bill 361 for a month. And we also reappoint a member of the Independent Taxpayer Oversight Committee. His name is Robert Holderness. And there is some of the board members, they are outgoing. And we have the recognition and appreciation of departing members of the Government Board of Service for Sacramento Transportation Authority, Jeff Harris, Steve Miller, Don Natoli, and Jay Snyder. Thank you. That's it on the Regional Board Committee.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Pompano.
I don't have anything to report.
Councilman Farmer. Take a second.
Nothing to report this evening.
Councilman Lozano.
Nothing to report.
Okay, I was at the Consumnes Groundwater Authority Board meeting. I was fortunate enough to be at the last meeting Don Natoli was in attendance of. We had the opportunity to thank him, and you know, he is a great person for the people. He often ran unopposed because people knew that he would serve everyone equally, and it was a pleasure to tell him that and to tell him that I aspire to be like him. And besides that, the board is working through the fees and how they'll charge the whole Consumnes groundwater area. It's a work in progress, but at some point it will cost everyone a penny. So that's all that I have. Okay. Next item is information and consent calendar. It is recommended that items 1 through 6 be acted on simultaneously unless a separate discussion and/or action is requested by the council members. Do any of the council members like to have a separate action or discussion? I see none. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
No public comment.
Thank you. So I will be looking for a motion to approve the following items. Receive the file warrants for period ending in December 7th, 2022. 2, minutes of the regular meeting for December 6th and the special meeting of December 12th. 3, adopt the ordinance amending Chapter 13.04 of the City Galt Municipal Code. 4, authorizing an agreement in the amount of not to exceed $800,000 for replacement of 5 playground structures. 5, receive and file Assembly Bill 1600 fees for development projects. 6, Measure Q authorization required agreement between the City of Galt and the California Department of Tax and Fees Administration for implementation of a 1% transitional tax use tax ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Lozano, seconded by Councilman Farmer. Can I have a roll call vote?
Vice Mayor
please?
Sandu,
Aye.
Councilmember Papineau,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano,
Aye.
Mayor Vandenberg.
Aye. Next is H, scheduled matters of public hearing. So I have a script I was handed in between the recess. Correct, sir? Yes, okay. So welcome to the City of Galt public hearing for the purpose of increasing the solid waste rates. Before I open the public hearing, I would like to ask the legal counsel to explain the requirements of Proposition 218 governing the public hearing and the proposed adoption of the solid waste ordinance and recycling rates.
Yes, Mayor. The public hearing was set in compliance with Prop 218. The city mailed the notice of this public hearing to the record owners of property subject to the imposition of the proposed solid waste, organics, and recycling rates, and to tenants directly liable for the payment of such rates. The date and time of this public hearing is occurring not less than 45 days after the city mailed the public hearing notice, which is the minimum required amounts. We've satisfied that and then some. The purpose of the hearing is for the city council to hear all testimony and all protest, written protest concerning the proposed rate adjustments. It is also held to determine whether there is a majority protest to the proposed rates and whether to proceed with the adoption of the proposed rates. Again, these are all requirements per Prop 218. Property owners and tenants are not required to provide testimony at today's hearing. If they wish, they may simply submit a written protest directly to the city clerk indicating their opposition, any opposition they may have to any rates. However, if any members of the public wish that their protest be counted, those must be submitted in a written protest prior to the close of the public hearing tonight, so prior to the time that you gavel down and close the public hearing. Written protests may be submitted during the hearing by delivering the written protest to the clerk prior to the close of the public comment portion of this hearing. All valid protests submitted to the city by mail and received by the city since the notice of public hearing was sent out will also be counted in addition to any live protests we received tonight. The public hearing will be closed after the council has heard and considered all testimony on these items. If written protests against the rates increase is presented by a majority of the owners of the identified parcels, the city council may not impose the rates. If there is no majority protest for the proposed rates, the council may impose the proposed rate increase. Pursuant to state law governing Prop 218 and determining whether a majority protest exists, only one written protest per parcel will be counted. And that concludes my statements.
Thank you, sir. The public hearing will be conducted in the following manner. City staff will first provide a presentation explaining the proposed tax increase. Excuse me. After the presentation, the City Council will open public hearing for any person wishing to speak on this item. After oral testimony has been heard, the City Council will close the public hearing and, if needed, have a short recess to determine if the majority of protest to the proposed rates increase has been received. Only those written protests submitted prior to the closing of the public hearing will be counted. If you wish to speak on this item, you will be given a maximum of 5 minutes so that we can ask you to keep your comments brief and to the point so that we can allow everyone a chance to speak. Our city clerk will be keeping time of each speaker. You will be notified when you have reached your maximum allowable time. To facilitate the discussion and keep And in keeping with the Brown Act, any questions from the speaker will not be answered during the public hearing. We will now provide a brief presentation on the proposed adoption of the solid waste ordinance recycling rates, then open the public hearing.
To consider proposed organic rates for residential as well as trash and recycling rate adjustments. On the commercial side, I wanted to briefly review what's being proposed. Before I start, though, I wanted to note that representatives of Cal Waste are in attendance tonight. I see a few of them here. And they, as well as myself, will be available to answer any potential questions the council may have after the presentation. So with that, we'll get started. So some of the key points that I wanted to note for tonight's action, this is a direct result of the need for the city to comply with Senate Bill 1383 or SB 1383. That's the state mandate requiring organics recycling. As you may recall, this council took prior action last year to amend the city's solid waste ordinance in order to provide the basis for implementing these changes. The proposed rates and adjustments for tonight's consideration were negotiated between the city and Cal Waste. And then for clarity, organics recycling services are required for both residential and commercial under SB 1383. To facilitate this change in service, both city staff and Cal Waste have been conducting public outreach over the past few months, which will continue for the near future and then evolve into an informational response as needed. And then lastly, residential organics recycling service will be beginning January 1st, 2023. So this slide shows the current and approximate residential rates over the next 4 years. And I say approximate because the numbers shown here are based on a 5% assumed annual consumer price index adjustment. That's the maximum. So so it's conservative, and rates may vary slightly as we go forward. For clarity, these residential rates include trash, recycling, and organics and yard waste collection services. I want to point out, as is shown at the bottom, that the organics yard waste service will be weekly. Previously, the yard waste service has been biweekly, so that'll be going to weekly because the food scraps will be mixed in with the yard waste now. The annual free handy hauler and bulky waste pickups will continue unaffected, and those services are both at the request of the customer. So this slide shows the commercial organics rates, and I wanted to note here that these rates were included in the 2018 franchise agreement and remain unchanged at this time. For the trash on the commercial side, the rates are actually going down effective March 1st. You can kind of see where the current is to the left on the table, and then when you see under the next column to the right, for March of 23, the rates go down, and then you'll see they're basically incrementally increasing back again. And again, this is just based on that estimated consumer price index adjustment. So hopefully you can see that even at the maximum CPI adjustment there, it isn't until 2026 that these rates approach what they currently are. And then on the commercial recycling side, just like the commercial trash rates, they're proposed to go down in March of 23 and then gradually be adjusted back up per the CPI. And again, it's around 2026 that they start to approach what they currently are. So in accordance with Proposition 218, which requires public noticing for proposed rates, this slide simply shows the respective residential and commercial first pages of the public notices for the proposed organics recycling rates and rate adjustments. These notices were mailed out to all customers in compliance with Proposition 218 in late October. I wanted to kind of take a moment to just note some of the efforts that I kind of alluded to earlier as far as Cal Waste in the city. We've had in the October billing for the city, there was a little blurb in there where we have a note just to let people know that this is coming. The city sent out a letter to everyone just this month in December here. The city website's got this information, has been on it for months now. And then as we have the biweekly newsletters that have been going out since around June, so probably about a dozen times or so we've been just trying to have information about the organics recycling services and what all that entails, the types of things you can put in and what you can't, all those kinds of things. Cal Waste, I know on their side, and they may be able to expand on this a little bit, but for what I know they've sent out a package of information. One of them included like a refrigerator magnet to kind of post to kind of help remind you, and I think it had the decal that you can put on your cart. So just to kind of another visual reminder, and then obviously like a poster with various examples of what you can and can't put in that yard waste can or organics can now, or cart. So there have been multiple exposures, I guess, for the public, over these past 3 to 4 months, particularly, that this is coming. And so with that, I'll conclude my presentation. And as I noted, members of Cal Waste staff and myself are available for any questions the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sellings. We would now open the public hearing. We will hear from anyone who wishes to speak.
Good evening. Good evening to everyone and to the spectators. My name is Kirdeep Sandhu, and I will be delivering my protest on behalf of my father and my mother, Ramandeep Sandhu and Baljinder Sandhu, living in 1020 Saunders Court here in Galt. And I'll make it as brief as possible. Now, this is to the City Council of the City of Galt. The notice that the residents of this city have received regarding the adjustments to be made of the monthly waste service bill has put forth some questions and confusion to why such accommodation is to be placed, including myself and my parents. Now, Senate Bill 1383, also known as the California Organic Waste Reduction Act, was signed into law in 2016 by former Governor Jerry Brown, is a bill that branches off from AB 939 Sure, Chapter 1095, Statutes of 1989, which was also known as the Integrated Waste Management Act of 1989. And that was signed by Governor George Deukmejian. Now, this bill claims to focus on reducing organic waste within the state of California. And to do so, the plan demonstrated in this bill will mandate businesses and organizations that generate a certain amount of organic waste to divert that waste from landfills and instead send it to be processed through composting or anaerobic digestion. Sorry, I apologize. And now the main goal is to obviously overall reduce methane and greenhouse gas emissions. Now, the problem is with this bill is that obviously the adjustments made in the monthly bills that we will be receiving as of next year. The only issue that many residents that I have interviewed with 103 individuals in the city of Galt, that includes 14 small businesses and 89 other individuals from low, middle, and high income households. Some also being the homeless that recently became homeless in the past 5 years. They've been working in Galt for over 20 years. Now, these adjustments are just another addition to the already high inflation that this state has been facing, as well as the high tax rates every resident that faces in the city. Now, the cost of living in the city as of 2021, since the 2022 reports has not been handed out yet, is 18% higher than the national average. Now, the utilities alone in Galt and the groceries is very high. Obviously, we can all confirm that. Now, the poverty line here in Galt is 9.1%, which is high in my eyes. I've never seen the poverty rate increase that much over the past years. Now, these individuals that I've interviewed, they are either, they have education that's equivalent to high school, completion of high school, or some college, or completion of college with associates and bachelors. They have all agreed, they've all come to a conclusion that because of the high tax and the high inflation that they have been forced to adapt with is already too much for them. And this increase, even if it's just a couple of dollars, seems a lot for them as well. And it's going to gradually increase over the years. Obviously, it's going to increase until February of 2027. And what the thing is that when I was reading the implementation of SB 1383 in the City of Galt PowerPoint mentioned on the City of Galt website, it lists a series of possible innovations that will be enlisted under the Senate bill. And I mean, they have told so many of us, especially residents here, even my parents, we pay taxes, obviously, for 2 counties. We don't pay just for 1 county, which is Sacramento, but we also pay for San Juan County. And these services are still provided in both counties for free. In cities nearby, we're not living that far away from Elk Grove or Lodi. We have obviously we can drive to these places. These type of innovations, we don't need extra fund, like we don't need to build this. I mean, the purpose of building is building. I've read the proper, information that was listed in the slide. It seems as if it would be waste of money. That's what I've come to the conclusion of. I don't see a point of building this building at all. And I'm sorry, my time is up. Yeah, but I do have the letter, and if you guys do read it, it lists everything, all the information, including the interviews that I have interviewed with, and everyone's opinions and thoughts, including my parents. It'd be great if you guys read it and make your own decision.
Thank you very much. That was very eloquently said, and we appreciate it. Sorry. Are there any other oral comments or written protests? Here we go.
Hello, my name's Dave Calabi. I've been a resident here almost 6 years now. I'm not sure about the difference between the rate hike now as it is, but similarly with the young lady, these rates for some of us are actually extremely high. And I mean, this letter is talking about making sure that each customer pays its fair share. I live on a street where my neighbors and myself share a garbage can because we never fill it up. Sometimes between a couple neighbors, we don't even put it out because if there's anything in there, it may be just half of a normal, I think, 13-gallon kitchen garbage-sized bag. And we're paying $80 a month for this, even the yard waste itself. My neighbor has a few kids, and he's always gone doing soccer and works out of town and stuff, so I routinely do his lawn when I do mine because they're small and stuff, just helping each other out. I have a place in Napa, and Napa, because it was the same situation there, they would let neighbors consolidate garbage just because we don't have that much, yet everybody's being kind of forced to pay an amount for something that they don't even actually really use. So regardless of the fairness of whether or not this increase in the rate covers an average or general amount of excess work, because it's got to be sorted out to an extent and all, and whether or not that can be done in Galt or bigger places like Elk Grove is one issue to consider, but at this point seems a little late. I think that maybe the city should consider not forcing every single person to pay for garbage service, when, like I said, with myself, the two neighbors adjacent to me, we would only need one service a month to easily cover ours. And even with the annual 1 or 2 dumpsters that we might get the whole time I've lived here, I think I've only actually used that once. And same, one of my neighbors has not, and another neighbor actually shared mine with theirs rather than tying up a dumpster for some stuff. And I did some remodeling, so that was really the only reason I needed it. So I'm not sure what the appropriate venue is to try to approach the billing and allowing, like in Napa, all they required was a letter from one of my neighbors saying, yeah, I mean, he can put his garbage in mine, and then we dealt with that because there wasn't much. So granted, we don't want garbage piling up or hoarder situations, but I think we have far worse garbage situations around. Not so much necessarily in Galt, but even as soon as you get into Lodi, I kid you not, I took pictures from my dash cam going through Lodi. I actually saw garbage cans on Highway 99 from this place that I've actually also seen raking from his tent to Highway 99. At least he's cleaning his area up, but we all know that there's a lot of trash issues around that are a lot more important than having homeowners footing the bill for a lot of stuff that my fair share I don't feel is anywhere near what it's coming to. So I don't know if I should come in during the week or whatever to find out more about maybe pushing a I don't know, a little agenda item for allowing customers to do that or what, but I'd like to see something along those lines. My neighbor put in 28 years in the Army, and he can't even afford to retire. He just retired. He's a year older than me, but he has to continue to work because he can't even actually afford to retire, and you know, he's got the same bills I do. So that's my views on this.
Thank you, sir. I would suggest that you reach out to the city and maybe they could discuss it further with you if there's anything possible to do. That's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head, but thank you for your time.
Who in the city are you?
You could reach out to the city manager or the city clerk. You're very welcome. Are there any other speakers? If there's no more speakers, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I take this second just to let Mr. Calabi know there's an ability to downsize the size of your trash can as well, so you may want to look into that as well.
The short one.
Okay, just when you ask about that as well.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Elena Bedard. I've been living in Galt for the last 20 years. And I had come here before regarding that in the increasement. I am separated from my husband. I live alone in that place. I don't feel, like everybody said, I don't feel my barrels. And it has been very difficult to keep up with the increasement of everything. Gasoline, waste, food. So it isn't just a couple bucks here and couple bucks there. At the end, add up to the sum. And I have a question. I would like to know, because I think the city needs to be more crafty, because we recycle. What are they doing with that recycle? That where it goes, and what the money that they receive the city that can be applicable maybe in reducing our bill. It's something that I need to be taking in consideration, because I can see a lot of people, I recycle. All my plastic and all my bottles is in there. And I would like to know if they can be, instead of increasing they look away to help us because we are the one who paying for it. So thank you for your time. I submit my letter already. Hopefully it's there. I will check because I think I'll mail it on Saturday. You might have received it maybe today. Like I said, my name is Elena Bedard.
Thank you, Elena. You can't really have dialogue, correct? Okay, thank you. Is there any other public speakers?
Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment?
Absolutely.
So I just wanted to, after hearing some of the comments, I wanted to make just a few comments on some of the things that were mentioned. First off, Elena, I apologize, I didn't catch your last name, so I'm just going to refer to you as Elena. Hopefully it's okay. Councilman Lozano and I actually were part of an ad hoc committee that worked with city staff for almost a year, negotiating very hard to try to offset the impact of these new mandates that are being pushed by the state on our ratepayers. And we actually did take money that is paid to the city, and we used that amongst many other tools as tools to negotiate and get our rates down. It was a very complex negotiation with a lot of moving parts, but we did in fact use money that the city, so we are diverting that back into rate relief. And I would like to say to the three speakers that spoke so far, as you noticed, we were able to accomplish not only a rate reduction on first year, even though it was very small, which is almost unheard of, so we're not even seeing an increase on year one. These rates would have been much higher. And what I can tell you is none of us are happy about this. I'm not happy that the state comes and says, we need you to do this, and then doesn't provide any money for much less the city, but you as the taxpayers to offset that cost. Every time we turn around, there's a mandate for something or other, and it brings us no pleasure to have to enforce these. But what we did do is we worked really hard for almost a year to try to, throw everything in the kitchen sink into this deal to try to get this down where it was the minimal impact as possible. As Mr. Lozano did say, I would like, and I know, thank you, Mr. Hines, for giving this gentleman, Mr. Clave, your card. I'm not aware of what size carts you guys have now, but I do know there's a very, very small cart you're able to have. So make sure that you do reach out to the city, and we can put you in touch with someone from Cal Waste, and make sure you do have the smallest cart possible. I think 80 seems high to me to have the smallest cart for service. I could be wrong, but that seems doesn't seem right, but so we want to make sure that you're not paying more than you need to be paying, first off.
Thank you.
So,
we're not really supposed to have discussion. That was a little long.
well, we're allowed to make council comments.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was going to close the public hearing it, but that's okay. Keep going. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
Okay. Thank you, sir. If that's the end of oral statements, seeing that there's no one else who wishes to speak, I'm preparing to close the public hearing. Before I do that, I would like to provide anyone who would like to submit or withdraw a written protest the opportunity to do so. Once the public hearing is closed, the City Council may no longer accept any written protest on any proposed adoption of the solid waste, organics, and recycling rates increased. Are there any remaining written protests to be delivered to the city clerk?
We did.
You're welcome. Seeing that there are no more written protests, the public hearing is now closed. At this time, I would like to ask the city clerk whether a recess will be needed to tabulate the results.
None is needed.
Okay, break is not needed. I would like to ask the city clerk to provide the city council with the tabulation results for all the valid written protests submitted prior to the closing of the public hearing.
Prior to the close of the public hearing, we received a total of 7 written protest letters regarding the rates. For the proposed rates, a majority of the owners of the identified parcels or tenants directly liable for such charges, which is the number required to constitute a majority protest, would equal 4,300. A majority protest does not exist for the proposed rates.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The city clerk has advised us that based on the number of valid written protests submitted prior to the closing of the public hearing, the majority protest does not exist for the adoption of the proposed rates. The city council may now proceed to consider the proposed resolution to adopt increase to the city rates. As a reminder, the time for public comment has ended, and the city council will not engage directly with any individual customer or member of the public. The city council discussion, if any.
I have a couple of comments, if I may. As Councilman Farmer mentioned, this process was quite arduous and one that I know three of your sitting council members took very seriously, as when we came onto the council, there was an agreement that had been reached months before for solid waste that significantly increased commercial rates. And it was important for us to ensure that the customers received the best rates that we could get. And again, I want to just point out also that it truly was a long process, and I want to thank our partners, Cal Waste, for their patience and their work toward the end of where we're at today. But I think it's important to know that that was our goal, was to take what the state had given us in terms of a program, figure out what the cost to the customer is going to be, and try to reduce that as best we could, and we did. We put in city money. Cal Waste was very willing to help on their side in deferring some payments and putting in a program that cost, and I'm just going to use a number, $100. And if it cost $100, then over the 6 years we'd get to the $100, or 4 years we get to the $100. So just know that we've done a lot of work in this area. I'm never happy to raise any kind of rate, but again, as was mentioned, we have to be able to react to what our state legislature sends our way, and so that was part of what we did. Again, just thank you to the staff and to Cal Waste for working together to hold, as best we could, hold Cal Recycle, the state agencies that's responsible for this implementation, their feet to the fire. There was a lot of conversation back and forth, and at the end, I think they did a good job doing that. I just want to put a plug in to for citizens that if you haven't received your complimentary disposal pail for organics, please do that. We received a grant from the state to hand those out. And I'll have to say, we have been doing organics recycling this last month in my home, and I find it's kind of a pain, but it's not all that much of a pain. It's easy, really pretty easy to do. And so once you start doing it, I think you'll see how easy it is. But so thank you to staff, and thank you to the public that came out tonight to protest. Again, doesn't give me any pleasure ever to have to raise rates, but as you know, there are things that we have to do. We've got to pay more money for a service that no one in this room probably would like, but it's here, and we've tried to do the best we could to address the rates for everyone. So thank you.
Is there any other comments or questions from the council?
Yeah, I'll just keep it real quick. I can't disagree with many of the points that were brought up as to what the state's imposing on us and the certain questionability of whether it will actually achieve the goals that they claim it will. However, over the months of discussion and the ad hoc committee, I'm really confident that we've done everything we can to meet the requirements with minimal impact on the ratepayers. So thank you to the committee and to Cal Waste for working on that. Remarkably, throughout this whole process, tonight's the first night I heard the idea of shared service. So that may have been discussed. It may be an option or not. So I'd like to hear about that at some point in the future, if that was considered and ruled out, or if could be looked at somewhere down the road. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor?
Just Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a comment. First of all, I would like to thank you. Everybody come for the public comment. We all understand a lot of people have a fixed income. When the bill go up, it's touch, it's the hard touch. The problem is the legislation mandate. A lot of things is out of city control. The legislature, when they mandate things, one way or the other, we have to adopt it. Especially on this case, there was a contract with Colway back in 2018. And I will ask that question to Mike Selling. If that contract will stay, and council, there is two council members, they make their best effort to negotiate with Colway. We spend a lot of money from the city. We like to keep it. And I believe Colway, they give up a lot of money. And whatever we proposing, if we do not negotiate, what kind will be the difference? The bill will be, how much will be the up if we don't negotiate? And I thank you for these two council members. They're part of the ad hoc committee. They did their best job because we love our citizens. We want to make sure what their concern is, but sometimes your hand is tight. So, Mr. Mike.
So if I understood the question, let me make sure I understand it. You're asking approximately what the increase might be if we'd not had the negotiation between the ad hoc committee and Cal Waste? And
Yes, sir.
this would be highly speculative. What I can tell you is you'd probably be looking at something in the $15 to $20 increase. Instead of what was ultimately negotiated was there's a $9 increase essentially over the 3 to 4 year period, and it's being phased in. There's $4.50 of it is, and this is on the residential side, so just to clarify, but $4.50 of it is being phased in the first year, and then $3 the second year, and then the last $1.50 the third year. So that's the increase that was negotiated. And then there were different savings applied. The rent from the transfer station property, there was some cart migration savings that was applied to. And it escapes me, there's one other source of funding that was identified that was, it was the city essentially took a reduction in the franchise fee that it collects from Cal Waste. And so that 3% reduction, all of those savings, if you will, were applied to further reduce the rates. So, and that's all as a result of the negotiations that took place. So, I would very much say that both the city and Cal Waste negotiated in good faith, and as has been noted, it was an arduous and extracted negotiation. So, but I think in the end, and we did have a chart, and I apologize I don't have it tonight, where we showed previously what the rates are going to be in other nearby cities. And where Galt kind of stacks up in that, I think we were about the fourth or fifth, kind of almost in the middle of the pack. There's cities like Folsom and actually the city of Sacramento that their rates are going to be even higher yet, kind of thing. So. And I can't remember. I think there was one other too that just escapes me just off the top of my head. But and I know that's little comfort, and it has been said. None of us like this. Unfortunately, this is state law now, and we have to comply. So that'll
Thank you. And then my next just information, how many written protests? We have 7, right?
I think the clerk said yes.
And there's a process. How many written protests we need to in order to stop the process?
Yeah, I think she noted we have around 8,600 potential, accounts in total, commercial, residential, multifamily, all of that. And so roughly half of that, so you're talking about 4,300, I think, so.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's all.
Thank you very much. I have 2 questions. One, I'd like to address the previous contract and the present contract and how the burden has shifted and how much from businesses and/or residential. My previous understanding that the residential portion of the billing or fees were collected was helping to support the local businesses, and that is equalized. Am I correct in that understanding?
Yeah, Mayor, before my time, my limited understanding was that in previous arrangement, if you will, that there was, some degree of I don't know what the term is, I'm escaping me now, but there was some degree of support, if you will, coming from the residential side toward the commercial side. But the 2018 contract essentially balanced that back out. So, and then some of that savings is actually what's being applied to help keep the rates down on the residential side. So.
Right, okay, I wanted that clarification. Then this last question, I'm not sure who's best to answer this, whether it's legal, you, maybe the city manager, or Cal Waste, but I'm curious, to help the public understand, what would the punishment Galt, the city of Galt, and/or Cal Waste would receive if we do not comply with the state law?
Yeah, no, great question, Mayor. So the way that the state and Cal Recycle has essentially indicated the way they're planning to approach this is to take an educational approach initially. And the way that SB 1383 reads is that for the first 2 years, the state is basically going to be, seeking to educate and get cities and counties, special districts, to comply with it through an educational approach versus an enforcement approach. In 2024, essentially, the enforcement goes from the state to cities and counties to the individual cities and counties enforcing it on the individual rate payers. So essentially, they're looking at an educational tactic first. I think, it's going to depend, certainly. I mean, I think there are certain agencies that, may, be looking to challenge it. We don't know. That's speculative at this point. So, but they have said that they're going to take an educational approach, at least initially. So I think it would depend on, the situation as to if they look to enforcement. The law does state, I think, penalties up to $10,000 a day, though, if you're looking at a monetary, penalty, if you will.
Thank you, sir. Is there any more council discussion?
Yes, I have a couple more things to add real quick. I just want to clarify, based on what was said, is just make sure that it was not misinterpreted. The contract that was prior to our council that was ratified in 2018 was actually geared where the businesses were supporting the residents. The residents saw little or no increase. The commercial is what bared the brunt of that contract. I think just the way it was said, I wanted to make sure that, because it was said that the residents were supporting the business, that wasn't the case. But yeah, that contract, again, just to clarify to the crowd and people who are watching, this is only a contract amendment regarding the organics. This was not us going back and changing the contract that was already basically in place. We were not able to do that. So the rates that you have are what was negotiated in that previous contract. We were only tasked with the negotiation to try to alleviate the burden of the new increases. And just, all of us up here, we have garbage bills. Some of us are business owners too. We have garbage bills as well. I mean, I don't even make enough as a council member to pay my utility bills for the city of Galt. So there's that. So we understand the burden that it has, and we don't like doing it. So I appreciate the comments though from the public, and then we do understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Before I ask for a roll call vote, I would like to apologize to Councilmember Farmer. I did not mean to be short with you, but directly before your comments, I asked that we're not supposed to interact, and then I allowed you to do so. And as you were speaking, I realized that we would have an opportunity afterwards, so I apologize for cutting you off. I didn't mean to be rude. Thank you. So, having said that, do I have a motion to approve a resolution of the City Council of the City of Galt, California, approving the new organics recycling rates and rate adjustments?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Pompano. Second by Mayor Vandenberg. That sounded weird. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Sandu?
Aye.
Councilmember Papineau?
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer?
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano?
Aye.
Mayor Vandenberg?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next is regular calendar agenda items. One subject, Strategic Plan 2021/2023 Fall 22 Update. Agenda report by Mr. Hines, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Vandenberg, and hello to everyone. I am here to present the fall update for the Strategic Plan 21-23. In January of this year, January of 22, Council approved a strategic plan for the 21-23 biennial period. We have been working on that particular strategic plan since, I believe, May of 21. And so we've approved the plan in January, as I mentioned earlier. And this plan represents sort of the strategic direction of the city. It is, for those to put it in plain speak, it is the council's marching orders to me and the staff, and is a reflection of their policy direction and the policy direction of this city. And so what you will see here tonight is our sort of accomplishments in meeting the council's directives. The strategic plan is broken out into, I believe, 8 areas: economic development, improving fiscal sustainability, maintain and improve Galt's quality of life, city council roles, internal succession planning, traffic mitigation, housing, and improving C Street. This strategic plan will also be posted out on the city's website and for all to see our progress. And so, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm going to just proceed with page 2 of this document. The executive team is here to chime in as well and to provide any additional detail that the council should desire. This is a 20-page document. We will try to get through it as quickly and as concisely as possible, but it is, I believe it's important to the public to let them know what our strategic policy direction has been and staff's fulfillment of that direction. So, council, feel free to ask any questions along the way. Again, this is a conversation and a presentation. Let's start with the first priority, which is economic development. And the outcomes that we're looking for is the pursuing economic development opportunities to attract and retain quality industrial and retail users that enhance the quality of life for Galt residents. Council members, I'm going to focus on the purple areas, and there's a reason it's color-coded, and for the folks watching, for the fall update, we've put it in sort of a lavender color. For the spring update that we did earlier, you'll see that in a blue color, so you can separate our work over the last 6 months. So for the strategic task, reevaluating the existing infill fee reduction programs to ensure they are applicable and effective for attracting commercial and industrial uses in Galt. So for the fall 22 update, our economic development staff is working with the interim city attorney to determine if the infill residential fee reduction program can be applied to commercial and industrial development. We'll report back to the council once that determination is made. Also, the infill sewer capacity fee program will be presented to the council in a revised format for consideration in early 2023. Number 2, develop incentive and resource programs to enhance business attraction and expansion efforts. Fall 2022, staff has continued to have meetings with various property owners or the property owners of the 45-acre Simmerhorn commercial site north of Biso Road, the industrial annexation area off of Walnut Avenue, and the commercial site at the southeast corner of Carolian and Twin Cities Road.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Thank you. I saw you
Sir.
looking away. I'm curious, the 45 acres, I'm curious how that's going since.
Not sure if Craig wants to speak to the rezoning of a portion of that property. So we have 10 acres that's being rezoned for high-density residential, and that was as an outcome of the housing element. And so that process, the environmental review is underway. With the remaining property, which is roughly 35 acres, we're actually working with our consultant right now who is working with us on the retail recruitment side. And so we have recently met with the commercial property owner. We have a revised site plan that we are attempting to modify a little bit to ensure that we can capture some additional junior box anchors. The layout wasn't exactly conducive, I think, to some of the larger commercial users that we were looking for, and so there's some back and forth now that we're working with them on. But on the retail recruitment side, as it relates to that property, we do have retail coach who was out here. We did a tour with them a couple of weeks ago. They have completed their market analysis. They are starting the recruitment for retail, individual retail and restaurant users come January. We will be in ICSC in Monterey, which is a shopping center convention, in March, having meetings with several of those retailers that have been targeted. And one of the things that Lorenzo may touch on in the next task is related to our leakage. And so what they've done is they've done a comprehensive analysis of our sales tax leakage and the areas where most of our sales tax is leaking to determine what the best targets are. And so that's really sort of identified some of the target users they're going after, in addition to the retail survey that we just launched on December 1st. So that'll be open for 30 days. We'll forward them all of the information that's collected in that retail survey that is coming directly from our residents. And I think right now, we are close to 750 respondents on that survey. People have lots of opinions on the retailers and the restaurants they'd like to see in town. Nothing really surprising from that standpoint. So with regard to the commercial piece on Simmerhorn, that's really our number one sort of property that we're working on right now on the retail recruitment side. So we are working with the developer and then also with the consultant to move that forward.
Thank you.
Amy, could you just remind me again, what's the ratio? How much of that's residential of some sort and how much is commercial? Remind me again.
The entire parcel is 45 acres and 10 acres is being rezoned for high-density residential. So there'll be 35 acres remaining for highway commercial development.
So 35 acres from the freeway back, the front 35 acres will be
Correct.
commercial with the back.
So it's bordered by Highway 99 and Simmerhorn and A Street, Bosow is essentially.
I was thinking there was more of it was residential than commercial, but I was incorrect. Okay, thank you.
One more question on that one. This is being looked at as one full development so that all the uses would be complementary.
Correct.
We're not getting into a piecemeal. Okay.
We've required them to put together a comprehensive site plan showing some roadway alignments so we know exactly where the users are going to be. Obviously, there'll be some flexibility in exactly what sizes are constructed at the end of the day, but the traffic circulation layout should be pretty much done before they start construction.
Very good, thank you.
I just had a question along those same lines. Certainly, is there one property owner for that 45 acres?
Yes.
Okay, so as opposed to another property in town that has several uses on a small piece of land where there were several property owners, we're working with one person to try to, they call it chaos corner, I guess, so. But we're kind of ahead of the game in that we're only working with one property owner, and we can get that done more effectively, it sounds like. Well, I appreciate your work on that, and certainly Mr. Hoffman with the housing element and carving out that 10 acres, and I think that was a pretty smart choice. I think retail coupled with higher density housing might be an opportunity for some of our loved ones to stay in Galt as opposed to moving to other cities. So, thank you.
All right. Any further questions? Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, Amy Mendes, can you a little bit tell me about the property corner of Carillion Boulevard and Twin City? How big the property?
Carillion and Twin Cities,
The 10 acre?
southeast property across the
Yes.
street from Rite Aid.
Yes.
It's about 12 acres, 11 and a half acres, I believe, and that's zoned commercial. It is a piece of property that we are actively marketing. We've actually had quite a few individual users contact us. We've met with a handful of them. There again, we want to make sure we're not piecemealing that. We've had quite a few that want to just anchor the corner. And so we're trying to make sure we have a comprehensive site plan before we move forward with pursuing that. But the developer also wants to make sure he has a handful of uses before moving forward with development. So, it's been looked at. I think one of the, more desirable locations is the Simmerhorn property because of the freeway access.
Thank you.
All right, so we're on page 3 of 20 now. The focus on retail attraction. Just wanted to mention that the Fairfield residential project has submitted building plans and site improvement plans for construction documents. They intend to build or begin construction in early 2023. And as Amy mentioned, Economic Development Manager Mendez mentioned, the staff retained the services of a retail coach, and that's going really well. I think she mentioned that a second ago. And we're also in the midst of an online retail survey with over 700 folks that have participated so far. So we're looking forward to bringing the results of that survey back to council and letting you know what we see. And that concludes priority number 1, economic development. And before I move on to the next priority, are there any further questions on economic development? Okay, great. Next priority is improving financial sustainability. And the outcome that we're looking for is ensuring the city has viable and sustainable financial resources. The public and council shall be provided a reporting of the city's financial status on a periodic basis. The first strategic task is a quarterly reporting and periodic council briefing on revenue sources and expenditure utilization. For the fall, staff is preparing our FY 2023 mid-year budget update that will be presented to council in February 2023. In addition, we have presented the long-term financial plan in various times during 2022. We are still working toward doing a quarterly report for council. We got waylaid with a few items this year, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. Number 2, exploring all revenue opportunities and continuing to maximize utilization of expenditures. So we've renewed our contract with HDL, Corin and Cone for the property tax analysis and audit services. We're also expanding services to cover tax increment areas as well. We completed a detailed review of our CIP carry forwards amount with departments and removed amounts for projects that are no longer planned, and so this is a way of sort of trimming our current budget. Number 3, ensuring optimization of Measure R funding. The department, and we were talking about the Galt PD, the department continues to monitor revenues and expenses for Measure R to ensure the expenditures are being utilized properly. This fiscal year, the department identified and the City Council approved the addition of 1 community service officer to support the patrol staff. In addition, funding for a truck to be used for a variety of circumstances were approved as well as using residual funds along with the purchase of 2 patrol vehicles. On page 5, research and near-term revenue enhancements for the city. And this is, for me, the proudest passage in this whole report, in that the staff supported unanimous council action to place a 1-cent citywide sales tax measure on the 2022 ballot by engaging consultants, public policy opinion research firms, and a legislative advocate. We were able to get Measure Q on the ballot, and Measure Q was successfully passed by the citizens of Galt and is expected to generate up to $3.6 million annually. Council has directed those funds be used for the parks maintenance, trails, and medians. So I am very happy to report out on that. And that's the end of the improving fiscal sustainability section. Are there any questions?
Mr. Hines,
Yes, sir.
can you a little bit explain about the new HDL contract, the analysis, and also expanded service to the covered tax increment area?
I'm going to turn that over. Sorry, sir. I'm going to turn that over to Director Boring.
Okay.
Hello. So we renewed our contract with HDL Corn and Cone. They had, I believe it was a 2-year contract to do the property tax analysis and audit services. So the analysis, they review the property tax roll from Sacramento County, and they have an economic analysis firm, so they give us budget forecasts for that. The audit portion is, especially with any annexations we have, they make sure that any property numbers that are part of the city of Galt are on the property tax roll, so the city is receiving the revenues for that. And with the contract renewal, the tax increment is from the old redevelopment era, so there's like a base property tax amount, and then they created the tax increment. So our initial contract didn't include that tax increment, so there's certain properties in that tax increment area that weren't part of our original contract. So now they're covering all the properties within Galt.
So that's the property you're talking about, that's in the city limit, right? Not in the outside the city limit.
Yeah, so they're analyzing anything that's within the city.
And that contract will be expanding if there is a property in the city they're not paying. Means is share fair the tax, so they're going to push to the county so they can increase the tax. That's why.
So their audit service is just to make sure that any of the properties that are within city limits are included on the property tax roll. So the county assessor's office assesses what the tax amount is, so they don't audit the assessed value. They're just making sure that any properties that are within the city are included on the tax roll, so the city is receiving the revenue for that.
So that means that HDL, they can help to the county assessor's office to make very reasonable appraisal to the property if they are already getting this a different way.
They don't do the appraisal part. They just make sure that properties within the city are on our tax roll. So they don't question the assessed value. They give us a report if a property owner challenges the assessed value. They give us a report on that, but they don't have interaction with the county on what the assessed value should be.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the clarification.
And Vice Mayor, if I may add, HDL also provides our estimates for property tax revenues for the general fund, and they provide our estimates for sales tax as well. And they will be moving into business tax And should we move in the direction of cannabis regulation, they will also monitor that as well.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
I have just a quick question. So, will there be, maybe it's part of the budget process that we go through in the spring, but will we at some point be able to see what the predictions or the, I don't know, I hate to use the word prediction, but that HDL says, the forecast of what HDL says, this is what we can foresee for the property taxes. And then, you know, say in 6 months, curious of where we went, like what the actuals were. Because I'm just trying to get the barometer of, like, you know, the recession and how it impacts the city. So will there be intervals of time where we'll see that?
Yeah, I believe we get the property tax budget estimates from HDL sometime in January. And property taxes are more stable, so those are set pretty much a year in advance. So any changes that happen now won't affect what we're going to receive in the current fiscal year. It's going to be a year or two out.
So we probably won't know till like January 24, probably looking back to see if...
Yeah, so they give us an annual report. And so, I mean, we can look from, you know, what we receive next year compared to today. And they're analyzing current trends, so they can give us, you know, here's what we think is going to happen in the future, but it won't affect the revenues that we receive for the current fiscal year.
Okay. Thanks, Matt.
More well, it's actually absolutely a comment, not a question. Regarding Measure Q, we have an item on here for ensuring optimal utilization of Measure R funding. And it goes without saying, it should, and I know that the city manager is well down that road to establishing the optimal utilization of Measure Q funding as a priority going forward.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just worth pointing out.
Oh. And if I may, I'll elaborate just a little bit about current efforts. I have reached out to, or will be reaching out to some consultants who might be able to help us with sort of the best practices as far as the structure of parks and recreation programs. We will be speaking with other cities to see how their parks and recreation programs are structured, just to make sure that we're all sort of in line with best practices. Director Solis is with me on this, by the way. I've already reached out to CSD, and I actually have their org chart for their parks division, and as you might guess, it's huge. But there are functions within their parks program that I just want to make sure that we have here apparent as well. So, and then Director Solis and I will be poring over budget and org charts and consultants here in the near future. That is our January, and he'll be tired of me by the end of the month, I'm sure. But we'll be ready to come back to council with our proposal to basically not to restructure parks, but to structure parks in a way that we can provide transparency and optimally use the Measure Q dollars. Did I state that eloquently enough, Director Solis? All right. And so the next priority is to maintain and improve Galt's quality of life. I believe yes. Maintain and improve Galt's quality of life. I'm on page 6. The outcomes here are to preserve and maintain Galt's small town charm by improving community assets. So in fall 22, we were directed to bring back the visionary market plan. For those folks watching, we received a grant from the California Energy Commission of $130,000 to come up with a visionary plan for the Galt market. We came up with that plan and turned it in January of 2022. At that point in time, council directed that there should be additional conversation about the Galt market and making improvements. And so we'll be bringing back the visionary plan as sort of a starting point at a future meeting. And right now I've got it tentatively scheduled for January 17th. That may bump to a date in February. But yeah, I'm letting all all the folks know that have sort of a stake in this, to let them know that the visionary plan will morph, it will change, because there are some concerns with the plan as it sits right now. So whatever happens will be the result of compromise, and it should be a good, fruitful exercise for all. Number 2, complete phasing and funding of Walker Park. We also got approval in January of 2022 to move forward and do what we can to get funding, grants, any assistance we can to complete the Walker Park plan. Public Works completed construction of Phase 2, the additional bathrooms, road extension, additional lighted parking areas, and grading for 3 baseball fields over the summer of 2022. Parks and Recreation received a state parks grant to replace the football field artificial turf, and we have now Sheriff Jim Cooper and his former office to thank for that $700,000 grant. Public Works is processing the project for spring summer 2023. As you can imagine, trying to replace the turf on a field that size takes time. Seeking funding for visionary plan for Old Town Galt. That is on the city manager's docket for 2023. Part of that process will be to take a look at, I believe there was a former plan for Old Town Galt, but you can be sure that we'll be engaging all of the business owners and residents of that corridor to make sure that we get their input as we march down the road on that particular project. The next item is systematically connect east and west sides of Galt. So when we were running the weekend markets and various events on Friday and Saturday nights, we actually contracted for a bus that would pick up on the east side of Galt and bring folks over to the west side of Galt. Unfortunately, we did not have any traction, or very little traction, in the 2 times that we did try it. We tried running it over multiple weeks, and then we found that it wasn't working, so we thought we'd try it one more time, and it didn't work that time. So we're going to keep plugging away at figuring out ways to connect the east and west sides of the city. Number 5, familiar refrain here, identify a secured, sustainable funding source for the city's parks and recreation programs, services, and maintenance of city facilities. And so I basically, just a reminder that Measure Q was there, and that it has been directed for the maintenance of parks, trails, and medians. Number 6, explore additional hours and types of operations for a weekend market. In spring, summer, and fall of 22, staff conducted a Saturday market, and I believe you had a presentation at the last council meeting, and I believe there will be some more presentations at this council meetings. But staff conducted a Saturday market on the first Saturday of each month, April through October, and it was very successful, about 2,700 visitors per market. And again, as I mentioned, staff will be presenting future reports as well on the future Saturday market. On page 8, continue to improve public safety and related community engagement. October has been designated as Traffic Safety Month, so the Galt Police did designate October as Traffic Safety Month, and I believe it was a good exercise for all. The Galt Police did recently purchase 2 radar speed trailers as approved by council, which will be deployed throughout the city to help remind motorists to obey the posted speed limits. Public Works is seeking additional funding for and anticipates a project to improve public safety along Carilion and later in 2023. Number 8, explore options to address the litter abatement within the city. I'll just reiterate what happened in the spring. We have a litter abatement worker, which is funded by ARPA funding, and from what I understand, that gentleman is doing a bang-up job. And so we're very happy to have him on board. Page 9, maintain and improve Galt's quality of life. We're going to ensure, number 9, ensure public outreach and communication with the community. Identify opportunities to engage more residents on existing social media platforms, explore opportunities for additional community engagement, i.e. text alerts, town hall meetings, etc. So for fall 2022, we're currently working on transitioning the community engagement platform to the platform Gov Delivery. It's a web-based email subscription management system that allows members of the public to subscribe to specific news categories and information distributed by the city. As far as social media is concerned, our platforms are Facebook. It was updated to allow cross-posting to multiple community pages. We have the ability to post city-related Facebook posts to the two largest neighborhood pages in Galt, People of Galt and Friendly Neighborhood Galt, which connects the city to a much larger audience. The Galt PD also maintains their social media presence and has expanded it beyond Facebook and Instagram to include TikTok, Twitter, and LinkedIn. By the way, the city also has a LinkedIn page as well. The team over at PD and the team over at City Hall continue to look for innovative ways to connect with the community. National Night Out. The Galt PD hosted the annual National Night Out back in August, and they visited the Meadowview Park, Galt Sports Complex, and the Community Park. And it was a very great event, and we had a lot of public input and a lot of public attendance there. On page 10, the next area was Galt University. It's our first ever Citizens Academy, which occurred over 7 weeks from the end of August through the beginning of October of this year. The Academy provided nightly presentations, all departments within the city and CSD Fire. Feedback from the graduates was very positive, and we plan to make this an annual event, and I think we have at least one alum of Galt University in the crowd tonight. The last item under the public outreach is the negotiations with cow waste. And as you saw on the last item, was the result of the staff and the council ad hoc committee negotiating the impacts of SB 1383. We also conducted a town hall meeting to explain the changes of SB 83 and the new organics policy as well. The next priority is city council roles, and
Mr. Hines, can I have a couple questions for you about the last piece? Can I ask
Sure.
real quick? Just real quick, and not to go into deep, detail, but that SMS messaging, is that something we're going to be bringing online? Is that like people can get text notifications of like some issue, like with Public Works, like a street closure, or maybe from PD if there's like a traffic accident to avoid a certain area? Am I understanding that kind of what would be used for?
I'm going to let Economic Development Manager Mendez speak to that.
Yeah, so when Gov Delivery launches, it'll be integrated with our website, so people can go onto the website and select categories they want to be alerted of. So they sign up, they give us their phone number, and then Public Works, Parks for events, special events, PD, any safety-related, traffic-related items will be able to be pushed out on text messaging. So we've been working with Granicus on this. Our city clerk can probably attest to the fact that we've had some struggles with Granicus lately, just in terms of some of the platforms we're trying to implement. It's a long process. And so hopefully within the next, I would say by spring, we should have that up and running. And so we will be moving from Constant Contact, which is our current newsletter publication. It'll actually be through Gov Delivery. And so individual departments will have the ability to do their own email announcements as well. And so it'll be just a much more robust system that we have in terms of community engagement.
So it'll be, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I'm done with that.
It'll be like emergency alert light.
Well,
It's pushed out to people's phones, right? Just
correct. It will be, small text messages. Folks have to sign up for it, though, so they'll have to select which items they want to be alerted on. And so public safety will obviously be one of the selections on there. But I actually think, and Chief Kalinowski might be able to speak to this. I think that there is the ability to do that already from the public works side or the public safety side. So.
Yes, that exists through the Office of Emergency Services, and we have that program. And every so often, it's a subscription-based, or you sign in for either email or by phone text for critical emergency-related items for the community and the region. So that's still available, and we still do push that out. We used a platform called Everbridge in the counties in the middle of transitioning to a new platform, but all that information and data will carry over, so it'll look the same and feel the same to the end user.
Thank you. Chief Kalinowski, actually, my next question, maybe you can, since you're up here, can answer. I was going to go back to one of the first things you touched on, Mr. Hines, when you were talking about the traffic awareness and safety month and all that. So what's the update with, I know we promoted Officer Steele. He did mention that he's still doing some motor, but I was just curious, what's the ETA on the 2 motorcycles that we approved? I heard there's some delays. And secondly, when do you foresee us having a second motor in training or someone to replace? I was just wondering what the...
An update on that, yeah.
Yeah.
So we opened it up internally in the organization for the traffic position. We did not have any interest from the existing staff for that position. So what we're doing is we're assigning somebody who's new in the organization. Well, let me back up. People who do not qualify for the minimum time in position or in grade as a police officer were interested, but no folks who had enough time were eligible to apply. But one of the individuals who expressed interest, we're assigning for either the first and second quarter to assume that role. Officer Steele will maintain his role first quarter of 2023 as a traffic officer. So we will still complement and have 2, and we will re-advertise and re-engage the staff and try to get some more support on folks for that position. The second piece to that is the motorcycles are on a 6-month timeline for delivery, which is about half the timeline it is to get a patrol car these days. It's about a year turnaround. So I expect that probably in March or April before you see those motorcycles outfitted and on the ground.
Okay.
Did I miss one thing in there?
No, that was it.
Oh, yeah, that's
great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Ms. Mendez. City Council roles. I'm sorry, are there any further questions? Okay. City Council roles. And so the suggested outcome is suggested revisions to the council handbook. Council meetings targeted to 4 hours based on start time. Even though we didn't measure it in the fall, we have been coming in, I believe, at or under 4 hours since the late summer, early fall. So we're pretty pleased with that. Social media training shall be provided by staff on an annual basis to include AB 992 training. And so we plan on doing that early in 2023. City Council, and this is just an ongoing City Council to ensure staff provides the best recommendation, technical expertise, and options in the city's best interest. Number 4, city manager and staff are committed to carrying out efficient operations as per council policy directives. Number 5, recommend current committee and commissions be reviewed on an annual basis to ensure consistent quorums and to clarify liaison roles with current committees and commissions. And so Mayor Vandenberg will be contacting you to kind of lay out how we proceed.
Looking forward to it.
Okay. And then the last item is reviewing the handbook for councils, commissions, and committees in its entirety, just to make sure it meets with your expectations. At some point during February, I will be coming to you with a presentation that just focuses on the commissions and committees, and it's more of a presentation for the public because we're seeking members for our commissions and committees, and we thought it would be great to just show them exactly what each of these committees and commissions are about, and explaining sort of the process for getting on board. So we'll be starting number 6 here shortly. If there are no questions on that, I'll move on to the next priority. Yes, sir.
I just have a comment. Here
recently, like in the last 2 or 3 years, we've had a couple of issues come up where members of committees or commissions' conduct came into question. And so is there a way to more, and I still see it or get messages that it's on one of the applications online, that one of our current members continues to go down that road. But is there a way to, as part of that review, also do a deep dive review with the folks that are on the committees and commissions to ensure that they understand what our level of expectation is for conduct, both in the council chambers and outside as representatives of the city?
I think, yes, there is that opportunity. I would suggest that I and the city attorney can collaborate and figuring out sort of what the parameters of what that looks like. We will bring it to council. You will let us know here are the rules of the road, so to speak, and then I will go out and personally speak to each of the committees and commissions and explain to them from the council's perspective, here is the prescribed behavior.
Mr. Spindard, do we need a consensus for that?
I mean, I think that we're going to have discussions on this, probably related to the committee and the council handbook as part of our January, February, March strategic planning workshops. So that it'll come back again as a discussion item, and we can look at it in that context.
Thank you, Mr. Zano, for bringing that up.
Yeah, and again, I don't, it's not something I think we need to do before the list of other things that we have going on, but maybe as we open that up.
Yeah.
Because it can be uncomfortable when you have to address somebody in a committee or commission or one of our colleagues. Hopefully that never happens, but just that, not good, right? And so it would be nice to be able to address that ahead of time. So,
okay.
Thanks.
Understood. And gentlemen, I was just giving a sort of a general outline of what I would propose to you, but the final call, final direction is again yours to direct me. And so that's City Council roles, page 11. And so we move to the next priority, internal succession planning. Outcomes, we want to create redundancy in key and non-key positions, and we want to identify critical positions. So I'm going to jump to the first strategic task, and that's identify tools to improve retention rates and succession of employees. In fall 2022, we had successor MOUs were reached with the city's 3 bargaining units, and HR staff at that time is currently implementing all payroll and benefit changes, and they've subsequently been processed. We've also increased the salaries of our unrepresented employees, as well as, in addition, our executive staff. HR is in the midst of implementing a NeoGov onboarding application for the new hires, and so this streamlines our new hiring process because there is a lot of paperwork and a lot of sort of requirements for bringing new folks on board. Build the bench is our next item. And so fall 2022, HR continually works with the departments to try to retain valuable employees. We've had a number of instances where we're able to promote our employees from within. We saw that over at the PD. We recently saw it in our finance department. So we've actually seen it across departments as well. So we're doing our best to point out those key employees who are interested in moving up the ladder and becoming that next group of managers, the next supervisors, managers, and possibly directors, and possibly city manager. So you just never know. We were able to retain key public works staff by promoting them as well. With our parks and recreation folks, there was a struggle to hire enough seasonal aquatic center employees, and that's mainly because of the competitive nature of the aquatics employees' salaries and sort of the shortage of qualified folks. The finance department, as I mentioned earlier, was able to promote some of our folks into key positions, the police department as well. The human resources department has had quite a bit of turnover. However, they are now, at least as of today, fully staffed. We had an HR technician start today, and so we're all good. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the HR tech came from Parks and Recreation, and so that's why Director Solis is sitting here, and Director Van Stein is sitting all the way down there. So, so we're doing what we can to make sure we take care of our folks, and for those folks that desire to promote, we want to make sure that they get those opportunities. Number 3, grow our people, education and training. So the HR staff continued to offer monthly supervisory management training through LCW, and we also have a new training platform called Lorman. It's great. I used Lorman about a month ago, so it was great. We offer city staff training in a variety of topics, including Excel, communications, conflict management, legal compliance, and much more. And then we also have mandated training for the folks in Public Works, Parks and Recreation, and IT as well. Also in the fall, we have 4 folks enrolled in the Sacramento Valley Leadership Academy. And this is an academy that consists of students from all over the Sacramento region, and they're basically being enrolled and taught to be that next level of manager or director. And so we made sure that we sent folks there that had that potential. We have been part of this program for the last 3 years. The first year we sent one person, and she's back there in the audience here. We were able to send 2 people the next year, and now I believe we have 4 folks in the program this year. And we also have 3 of our executive team members, including myself, are also serving as SVLA coaches as well. So we're not only sending our folks, but we're also participating as well. And I am also a featured speaker in the program as well. They allow me to come in and tell some war stories from past positions, not current, past positions. The next item is redefine the City of Galt as a learning organization. So we were able to reinstate the tuition reimbursement program, and it's been a great success. We have 5 employees completing college courses and received reimbursement in 21-22. So far in 2-3, we have 5 additional employees have requested approval for reimbursement, and they are taking college courses as well. So we're doing our best to make sure our folks continue to grow. And that is it for internal succession planning. Any questions? All righty. So the next priority is traffic mitigation. And so we want to develop policies and solutions for traffic issues. The first strategic task is conducting speed surveys in areas where traffic activities warrant reviews. In fall 22, speed feedback trailers were received and are being deployed by the GPD throughout the city to remind motorists to obey the posted speed limits. Public Works is seeking funding for and anticipates a project to improve the safety along Carilion later in 2023. The Galt PD has extensively conducted outreach regarding the ways to report traffic concerns or issues that are enforcement related. And as we mentioned earlier, in 2022, the GPD initiated Traffic Awareness Month, and they've posted a second traffic position, which I think the chief mentioned earlier. The next item is research feasibility of preliminary evaluation of a quiet zone for the railroad spur that runs east to Ione. We did inquire with Union Pacific Railroad in the spring on the process, and advised council the requirements and the estimated costs. At this point in time, we have no further action at this time, but I can tell you from my perch, I have to figure out some way to engage UP, and so I'll be working on that during 2023. Number 3, conduct outreach regarding the requirements for the placement of stop signs in the community. No further action was taken during fall of 2022. The next item on page 17, continue a solution-based approach for inquiries and requests. Public Works staff continued to follow established procedures in responding to any and all requests or concerns about traffic safety. I would like to add that during one of our sessions in Galt University, we did have the Galt PD come in and provide a presentation one evening. And we had quite a few representatives from the Galt PD that night. But one of the things that stayed with me is that one of our students was allowed to use the radar detector gun. And I think one of the officers basically just sort of drove back and forth in our parking lot. And sometimes it looked like they were flooring it, and sometimes it looked like they were going steady. And but what really amazed me was when we thought that the car was, really going at a good clip, it turned out to be about 20, 25 miles an hour. And so it helped the students sort of reshape their perception of, what speed is all about. So I applaud the chief and the rest of the troops for at least providing that perspective to the Galt students. The next priority is housing, if there are no questions on traffic mitigation. Okay. The next priority is housing. We want to improve the diversity of housing that meets the community needs and is consistent with state requirements and the desires of the citizens of Galt. Our first strategic task was the update, the 2021 to 2029 housing element. And the element was certified in May of 2022. So, Director Hoffman, I think we're good with our housing element, and so we've met the requirements of the state. We realize that their requirements can be a little onerous at times, but we're still required to meet them. Number 2, update the City of Galt Development Code. The council will approve the residential design standards and I'll call them ADUs standards consistent with the implementation measures of the housing element. Staff is currently developing standards for SB 9 lot splits, and staff will submit the 2022 California Building Code and Fire Code, which I think we've already done in prior council meetings. So we're moving forward there. Number 3, we want to evaluate potential sewer water line replacement opportunities in Old Town Galt to spur infill residential development. So Public Works included in their CIP, the 5-year CIP, of a potential replacement of sewer water infrastructure in the Old Town area. Under a condition by Public Works, a new storage unit was also replaced, a portion of the old water main near A Street and 4th. So Public Works is recognizing that the infrastructure in that area has probably got some age on it, and we're planning for the future before it surprises us. Number 4, meet the state housing requirements, but stay flexible for other opportunities. So in the spring, we did submit our 2021 annual general plan report to satisfy the state reporting requirements. Number 5, explore proactive partnerships to develop positive projects to maintain local control. And so we'll speak to fall 2022, the Fairfield Residential Project. Again, they've submitted their building plans and site improvement plans for construction documents. They pursue multi-generational family projects. We're working with home builders to develop homes with ADUs and residential suite options. So we're doing our best in that area. Any questions?
A question, since I see the thing about the no projects in 30 years. Makes me think, what's the update with Parlin Oaks, Mr. Hoffman? Do you have any update on that?
Yeah, they're going to be coming back to us in March or April. One of it, they had to winterize their site, but they're also looking at interest rates.
So do you foresee any delays like some of the other ones we asked for extensions? Do you foresee that?
I don't think, they don't need an extension because they've done all their site improvements. They have their final map. They have their improvement plans. I think it's more of a timing. When you saw interest rates climb up, and just by the timing of where they were with their improvements, it was a natural point for them to stop, wait for the spring, and re-engage back in the spring.
How much time do they have before they have to start constructing the actual housing? It just seems like that project's been going on for a long time.
It has been. Yeah, it's taken a while. It's a niche market. They've come out with.
I think it's such a that is really like the type of housing that I think is going to be well, like even that says it's very much needed. So I'm just anxious to see it completed. So I'm just curious if they're just kind of dragging their feet because of what's going on in the economy, or I don't know.
I think we've had a number of home builders that it was a chance for them to take another look at their contracts, both in labor and materials. And both of those things are changing. And so I don't know a home builder right now that hasn't sent their contracts back out to have those taken another look at, just because the values just got so crazy this last year. And so we're going to see those numbers start coming down. We're going to see house prices coming down, and we're really starting to pay attention what's going to happen with interest rates.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I think, too, just to touch on what Craig was saying, is that we've had a lot of requests from some of the higher density residential users for fee deferral. And so in January, I'll be bringing an item to City Council for a fee deferral program that'll apply to some of the higher density zonings. Really, it's for commercial and industrial projects, new projects, but we are going to piggyback that. So coming in January, you'll see a proposal for potential fee deferral. And it wouldn't be, right now, I think they were requesting potentially to defer just to final C of O. So when you actually sell the property, then they would come in and pay their fees. So there's some things that we're doing to try to be flexible so that we can allow them some time to get through some of these, interesting times with the market.
Just one of the things we always get when we see new projects come online is the first thing we hear from the public is how upset they are that we're building more houses because we're going to, ruin our town. And then once they get over that, then the next thing I hear is how come that project's not done yet? And that's where we're at now with a lot of them. I hear it all the time. So I'm just asking. Thank you.
All right, any further questions on housing? All right, the next and last priority, just numerically it's last, is improving C Street. We want to increase the functionality and construction transparency on C Street. And so the first strategic task is increasing community outreach and input regarding construction improvements proactively through construction of the project. So with C Street, the project may be delayed somewhat. We've submitted an application to SACOG for additional funding. Depending on that outcome, the project is tentatively scheduled to start in late summer 2023 with the completion of spring of 24. And Public Works and our PIO, Economic Development Manager Mendez, along with the contractor, will engage the community and affected businesses proactively prior to and throughout construction. Number 2, research a revised parking pattern to accommodate additional vehicles. And so Public Works and their consultant closely reviewed parking throughout the project limits and maximize parking where possible, and ensured that we advise the affected businesses. The key for us is to ensure that any work that we do along C Street, that we proactively reach out to the businesses, let them know what we're doing, why we're doing it, how long it's going to take, and that way there are no surprises to any of the business owners along C Street. And Mayor Vandenberg and members of the Galt City Council, that is our progress for the strategic plan of 21-23. We hope to be back here sometime right after the budget is done with another update for you.
Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
And there's no vote either, so we'll move on to, I'm sorry, I thought you were going to say I was incorrect. The city attorney, subject to First Amendment of employment agreement with Lorenzo Hines Jr. to increase annual salary by 2%, authorizing one-time ARPA benefit.
Yes, Mayor, Council, this item has come back to you per council direction and kind of consistent with what the council directed as it relates to management, underrepresented management for the city. It was directed to amend the contract with Mr. Hines by increasing his salary by 2% annual amount and also providing for a one-time benefit through ARPA funds in the amount of $2,500. It's a pretty straightforward contract amendment, and the Brown Act requires us to bring it to council in open session for action. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Is there any questions by the city council?
I just have a comment, a brief comment, and I'm going to roll what I was going to say in the last item to this. Just that I think there's been a lot of work done on the strategic plan, and I appreciate the work being done through the lens of increased public service and customer service to our community. And so I appreciate the work Mr. Hines has been doing. I think this is consistent with what we've offered other employees in the organization. And just lastly, I just want to say I don't want to forget the last group that we really need to deal with. And I've mentioned this in closed session, but I just want to make sure that we have a group out there that I have concerns with that we need to, I think, address in terms of not just compaction, but other issues related to compensation. So.
Is there any other comment or questions? Is there any public comment?
No public comment.
If there's no public comment with that, we would looking for a motion to adopt a resolution approving the First Amendment to the employment agreement with Lorenzo Hines Jr., authorizing a one-time payment and authorizing the mayor to execute the First Amendment on behalf of the city.
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved by Councilmember Lozano, seconded by Councilmember Papineau. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Sandu?
Aye.
Councilmember Papineau?
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer?
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano?
Aye.
Mayor Vandenberg?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next, the Finance Department subject procurement policy presentation by Mr. Boring.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The presentation tonight is an overview of our current procurement policy. We'll include some of the requirements that the city has to do, a brief overview of our current authorization limits, some comparator agency authorization limits, and recommended changes. Okay. The California Government Code sections 54201 to 54205 require local agencies to have a purchasing system. We're required to adopt it by ordinance. For the City of Galt, we have Chapter 3.16 purchasing in our municipal code to comply with the government code sections. We're also compliant with the Public Contract Code, Section 22000. And that is the Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act. And that's intended to standardize the accounting and bidding for public projects. It also establishes the city manager as the purchasing officer for the city, and purchases subject to administrative regulations implemented by the purchasing officer and other rules, regulations prescribed by City Council. The procurement policy is one of those other requirements prescribed by City Council. The purpose is to provide efficient procedures for the purchase, procurement of goods and services, to receive the best value of purchases. And the best value is important. It's not necessarily the cheapest option. We want the least expensive option commensurate with the quality needed. And to clearly define authority for the purchasing and contracting. Our current policy was adopted in February of 2012, and it's been amended once in April 2014, and the amendment increased the purchase order requirement from $500 to $1,000. The current policy authorization limits for goods, services, or professional services, they're broken out a little bit in the policy, but they have the same authorization amount, so I combined them to keep the presentation a little shorter. For $1,000 or less, it's up to department head discretion, and there's no purchase order required. Between $1,000 to $2,000, it's still department head discretion, but we require a purchase order to be created in our system. Between $2,000 and $10,000, it's still at the department head approval level, but they have to obtain written or verbal quotes and a purchase order. Between $10,000 and $30,000, it's at the city manager's approval level, and we require written quotes. And then $30,000 above has to come to the city council for approval. And there's an important footnote at the bottom that adequate funds must be appropriated by council before any purchase or procurement can occur. So the appropriation is our legal authority to spend money. So even if, let's say there's only $10,000 in the budget, even though the city manager has the authority to obtain goods or services up to $30,000, we could still only spend what's available in the budget.
Understood.
Okay. And the second section is public projects. So $10,000 or less, it's at department head authorization, which would most likely be the public works director. Between $10,000 and $45,000, it's city manager authorization. And there's also in parentheses the $10,000 to $60,000. So I mentioned we're opted into the public contract code. So although our policy lists the $10,000 to $45,000, the current amount in the public contract code is up to $60,000. The next section is $45,000 to $175,000, which is currently $60,000 to $200,000 in the public contract code, and that's at city manager authorization with an informal bid process. And over $175,000 or currently $200,000 in the code requires city council authorization and a formal bid process. And this has the same requirement where adequate funds must be appropriated before any procurement can happen. And I wanted to cover there are a few exceptions to our competitive process. In the case of emergency, so it has to be an immediate, substantial, and verifiable threat to public health, welfare, or safety, or a local emergency has been declared. Some examples of this, I believe we had some purchases after the cyber attack and during COVID that fell under this exemption. We have a sole or limited source, where there's only one source or limited sources to require the goods or services, and a competitive process wouldn't be possible. Council also approves a sole source list separately. And so some examples of this are at the wastewater treatment plant, like the UV equipment is proprietary equipment, so we have to buy replacement parts from that vendor. Cooperative purchasing. These are agreements with governmental agencies where the other agency has completed a competitive bid process. So some examples of this would be like the emergency messaging system, where we contract with the county and they go through the cooperative process to make a procurement. We also have piggyback purchasing, where we purchase goods or services with vendors that have been awarded contracts by the state or other local agencies. Most of our vehicle purchases fall under this. They're usually through like a state bid contract. And public interest is the final category. It's in a limited and unique circumstances where competitive bidding is not required, when it would be impossible or not in the public interest. It's seldomly used and has a lot of scrutiny. The exceptions are also subject to some limits. So the city manager has the authorization to employ one of the exemptions up to procurements for $30,000, and if it's above that, then council has to make that designation. And then some of the challenges with our current policy, one of the main ones is inflation. So the $30,000 buying power we have today is equivalent to almost $23,000 in 2012. And some operational constraints that I'll talk about are vehicle purchases, especially with some of our police vehicles. When the policy was adopted, like the police vehicles fell within the $30,000 range, so it was much easier to procure them. As it is, I believe I was talking with the police chief, one of the vehicles, they're north of $40,000. So we have to bring that to council, which is a lengthier process. And I know we missed the order window for one of the vehicles they were looking at. Had a very long, lengthy 12-hour order window for the whole year. So because we weren't able to bring an item to council and get everything approved, then we can't order that vehicle for that calendar year. And it also has caused an increase in purchase orders. So in fiscal year 22, we had 514 purchase orders issued, which is almost a 20% increase because it's getting harder and harder to spend less than that $1,000. And that creates a backlog in our requisition system. So in 2014, we switched to an automated requisition system. So instead of passing around a piece of paper that everyone signed and then someone entered in the system to create a purchase order, it's all done through the system now. So at a minimum, there's 3 to 6 approval levels. So anything over 2,000 requires someone from finance to approve it. Over 10,000, the city manager has to approve it also. And anything over 30,000, someone has to verify that it's gone to council if necessary. So that just takes even longer to make purchases and is a drain on staff time. And because it wouldn't be a finance presentation without numbers and charts, this is your obligatory chart. So we did analysis of comparator agencies. Galt is on the left-hand side, so we're looking at the highest staff level authorized through the different agencies purchasing modules. So Galt, our authorization level is 30,000. The lowest are Ceres and Dixon with 25,000. And I put an asterisk next to those because I believe it was the city of Dixon was last updated their policy in 2013, and Ceres was sometime before that. We have several in the $50,000 range. Lodi's at $60,000, Lathrop is $75,000, and Woodland is $100,000. And I wanted to point out that the most recent ones are the highest ones. So Lathrop, I believe, was somewhere in 2018, 2019, and Woodland updated their policy last year. So the more recent ones are quite a bit higher. And I also put some lines in there so it's easier to kind of compare. The orange line is Galt's approval level, so you can see where that is compared to the other agencies. The gray bar is the average of all agencies, and that's almost 52,000. And the yellow bar is the average of agencies that have a higher limit than Galt, and those average to almost 63,000. So staff put together some recommendations. So for the goods, services, professional services, they're recommending $3,000 or less, be it the department head approval with no purchase order required. $3,000 to $10,000 at the department head approval with written or verbal quotes. $10,000 to $30,000 at department head with written quotes required. Between $30,000 and $70,000 at the city manager approval with written quotes. And $70,000 above come to the city council and require a formal bidding process, the request for proposals. Again, adequate funds must be appropriated. And when we put this together, we're trying to solve some of the constraints we currently have. So this should decrease the number of requisitions in the system, make us more in line with our comparator agencies. It should solve the challenges we have purchasing vehicles. I know even one department is looking at purchasing a used vehicle, so anytime they can find one available, the seller isn't waiting to wait, the 3 to 4 weeks that it would require to get an item to come before council and get approved. By that time, they can sell it and be on their way. So even when we have the money to buy a vehicle, it's just tough to get one.
Matt, to cut you off real quick, I have a question regarding that scenario you gave me. Isn't it plausible that if a department is wanting to purchase a used vehicle, say they want to spend $10,000, couldn't they come to us and ask us to approve the spending of up to $10,000, and once we approve that, then they can go and find something on the used market? Why does it have to be that they find the vehicle and then come to us? Can't we do it the other way around?
If it's $10,000, the department can do that at their discretion right now.
Or whatever total is where you said it has to come to us, which slows the process down.
We would need to change the procurement policy there, because if the city attorney wants to chime in, I know when we bring stuff to purchase, it's not just, a blank authorization to go and purchase something. We usually have to say what we're purchasing and a dollar amount.
Council member, there is a process. Chief, can you step forward and maybe give us, and council member, I just wanted you all to hear just some of the issues they have, the Galt PD has in trying to find vehicles.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. One of the issues, and you've seen this because we've come back for additional appropriation for you due to rising rates of vehicles, and I think Matt spoke about vehicles. The 2019 Dodge Chargers, for example, were $32,000 out the door. You could, because of the sales tax thing with procurement policy, we were fined and didn't need to come to council to get that. But now that same vehicle is $44,000. And it's just the reality of the cost of business. However, the vehicles we purchase are all on the state bid. So the process that we're using are all state bid vehicles purchased by state vendors based on whichever vehicle we were using. The challenge with the Tahoes, which are vehicles that we want to use for at least the supervisor's vehicles, because there's too much equipment in those smaller SUVs. There's a weight issue. Those vehicles were open for 12 hours, and they blew out their entire year of orders for Chevy for that Tahoe platform. We're not nimble enough to be able to pivot. You've already approved through the budget process and consented to the purchase of the vehicles. The way it's currently set up now, we have to write a staff report and do the attachments and get it to you. And then once that's done, then we have to do the PO process. And so we would hope that some of these adjustments, I may be a little off here, but that some of these adjustments help us streamline those purchases, and we can jump quicker. For example, I had a vehicle that was available through Dodge that was a Fed order that went away, and they had the car sitting there, but I can't move on that car because I can't get to you fast enough to approve it, although you've already approved the dollars for me to spend, if that makes sense, right? So in the budget process, you've already approved it, but the procurement policy is so low that I have to come here and talk to you about that same car we already talked about in the spring.
So I'm confused though, but if we approve to spend X amount, if we approve the police department $50,000 to buy a vehicle, if, he hears a dealership, oh, we got this one, and it's, well, as long as it falls into 50,000, aren't they allowed to buy that? Why would it have to come back to council?
As the procurement policy is at 30. So that's what we're seeking to raise that purchase. The item purchased requires, before I can do that, requires your consent.
So if I understand, you have to know what you want before you ask for it instead of the other way around. And that's like the written rule. So you're just following the written rule, even though the council member's farmer's idea is quite nice. It's just outside the rules that you're following.
Right, because the purchasing policy doesn't allow me to purchase an item over $30,000 without council approval. You've already consented to the appropriation in the budget, then this is the actual purchase of the good or item. And the procurement policy states what those dollars are, and I think then Matt and his group have identified where he thinks we need to be to achieve that without doing what we're doing now.
So I'm just trying to understand. So isn't it possible though that we could you could come to us and say, you know, we're anticipating having to spend, you know, I'm just going to use a number, $60,000 a piece for 2 vehicles. We haven't exactly found those particular vehicles, but based on the market research, we think we're going to have to spend somewhere between 50 and 60. So we would like to get approval to spend up to $60,000 on said vehicle, blah, blah, blah. Once we approve that, then you guys can go shopping. If you get it for less, great. But then it saves a step, right? That's all I'm saying.
Right, no, you're right, if the thresholds are properly set in the procurement policy. That's the step that's missing. You're accurate that if I came to you and you consented, we talked about all the cars, and you say, yes, you buy these 3 cars or whatever it is, and my purchase authority was in that envelope, no problem. But what happens is you give me 50, I can only make a purchase up to 30 through the city manager. Once it's over 30 currently, I cannot buy, I know it sounds backwards.
That's confused because if we've already approved it, you buy that. I don't get it.
Which is why, right. I mean, yes, you're making the same point I think staff is trying to make.
Another way to put it is we can't pre-approve something that isn't there.
We can't waive the procurement policy the city has because you set the procurement policy. We can't waive that in the appropriation process.
I'm just trying to understand the difference between.
You're both right.
Well, I'm just
following.
This is coming off to me as you're just wanting to raise the level of you guys are allowed to spend up to blah 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 without us giving approval of it, and that sounds different than being in a situation where time is of the essence and not having approval or something. I just feel like there's a difference there.
I'll put it this way: pre-approval is not something that's explicitly allowed in our purchasing manual. So, you know, everyone in this room can have a sense of, well, it's okay to do pre-approval because we all know it's necessary. But the problem is, then what happens is the department head goes out and buys the thing. Council actually hasn't vetted the thing. They haven't vetted the options. They haven't seen, you know, as part of the packet, you get the table of the bids that staff actually solicited, and then actually put staff in a position where, frankly, there could be people down the road that would gainsay and say, well, why did you purchase that? You should have purchased this. And I think that's probably why the purchasing policy doesn't explicitly allow for pre-approvals, because it allows the idea that you're proposing is a potentially elegant way to deal with it, but I think in practice, there's it's not a best practice for the reasons, the examples I just kind of gave, how essentially the chief could go out, purchase something, someone in the public or the council finds out about it, second guesses it, and that's why the policy, the current procurement policy requires contract approval by the city council for a particular good from a particular vendor. Now, that's not to say there may be one-off situations where time is of the essence, something's really important, we have no choice but to get council's pre-approval on something, but that's going to be very few and far between because the policy manual doesn't specify or explicitly allow pre-approval.
All right, it just comes off weird, like, because if I can allowed my employee who's looking to buy a new cargo van for my company, and he says, look, we're looking for something between 2015 to 2019 in that price range or that year range. This is the model we're looking at, and we want to spend, we think, up to that. And I say, yeah, go ahead. And then he can go and find that vehicle. I've already pre-approved certain parameters. I don't feel like why we can't do that. I want to be clear of what we're being asked, because when this comes back to us, I know this is not an action item tonight, but when this comes back to us and asking instead to just give my employee the ability to just go ahead and spend X amount, much higher than what's at now, without my consent at all, that seems like more of a blank check situation to me than the other. I don't know. We're the stewards of tax. We're stewards of tax money. So I just want to be clear on what we're talking about.
Here's another way to look at it. You're right, and if we approve this, we're doing exactly what you're asking.
No, what we're doing is we're going to up all the limits so they can, without asking us.
So they don't have to come back.
Yeah, but we're not spending the money. You've approved the money to be spent. Example for me, you've said, yes, you can buy 3 patrol cars next year. Then it's on me to go get the 3 patrol cars. I'm not spending any more money than you've authorized. You're giving me the latitude to act and pivot when I can to buy those said vehicles.
So, okay, so it's not the scenario where you go to Mr. Hines, go to Mr. Hines and say, hey, you know, we're thinking about buying some stuff for the PD and it's $60,000, and he's like, okay, well, now that we have $70,000, let's go ahead and do that. when it was never brought to the council at all. So-
Right, no, I have to live within the budget given to me. I cannot go spend beyond my authority. So each line item within my budget, now I can move, paper clips and something else to make it work, but all those items in its totality are approved by the council, and I have to live within those envelopes. These are just addressing things like the car that was 32 that's now 44. We're way over the old limit. Not to get off the topic, but $1,000, you can't buy anything for $1,000 anymore. So writing POs for items that we do
small
all
stuff
day
totally
long.
makes sense. I get
Right.
that. I'm just more concerned about the higher numbers. The lower stuff, I get it. I mean, the 1,000 seems really low to me and stuff. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. I know we're not talking about, we're not going to take action tonight. I'm just asking questions. Thank you, Chief, for clarifying that.
And Matt, if I may, as we look at the increased authority limits, we have no problem with adding a layer of transparency, another layer of reporting to let you know, here's what I've approved in this range, and here's why. So, Councilmember Farmer, the way you're laying everything out, that would be indicative of a city that has a vehicle replacement policy where council sees a schedule of the vehicles to be replaced for that particular year, and council just says, all right, it's $350,000 in vehicles. Here are the proposed price ranges for those vehicles. And we give a range because of what the chief described. And the council just approves that list. And then the PD or Public Works is just, it can go off and do what they need to do. Unfortunately, we are not there yet here at the city of Galt. And so we're probably a year or two away from a legitimate vehicle replacement policy. So meanwhile, the chief still has a fleet that he's got to protect and that he's got to replace. Director Selling has a number of vehicles. I believe that's where the bulk of our vehicles are, in Public Works, bucket trucks and various other things, that you can't pick up anymore. My limit is 30,000. So, if we had to do something in a pinch, I'd hate to have to call a special council meeting just to approve a vehicle.
Yeah, no, and I get it. I'm only looking at it through the optics of, I look at everything through like citizens' view, and what I see, and I can't give you specific examples without disclosing certain things, but there has been some situations where, let me give you an example. If I told my wife she could buy a new car, and I told her just don't spend $80,000, not to demean what my wife, she knows how to negotiate, but there's a high probability she's going to come home with a car that's $79,999 and not try to find a better bargain. When it comes to taxpayer dollars, I'd just like to see the city always try to get a better bargain. There's been many situations, Mr. Hines, as you know, where there's been discussion in council about, well, let's go back and offer this, or let's try to do this, and we've ended up with a much better deal just because we tried, instead of just saying, well, we are authorized to spend whatever. So I just only want to make sure that we still are trying to get the best deals possible and not just, that's all. Right.
And I think the chief mentioned that we are trying to get vehicles through the state contract, and I can guarantee you, as a former state employee, those contracts are the best price we can get.
Yeah, and I'm not questioning the cops. I know this is the scenario we're talking about police cars, but I'm just talking about generally.
Yeah.
I don't doubt the cost. I've never questioned the cost of cars and things that PD has come for. I'm just saying, generally speaking, when we talk about upping the limits of, where city staff is allowed to spend taxpayer dollars without any say from council. And I know you explained it, so I'll save my comments till we get back to that. One other thing, Matt, I did notice on your graph though too, is the two cities that are below us on the spending. Every city that's above us is a city that's at least twice our size, if not more. Actually, more than probably almost 3 times our size. So I mean, although I'm not being closed-minded to changing these procurement policies, I think that Dixon, Ceres, they're a little smaller than us. Well, Ceres probably isn't. Dixon's like 20,000, I think. But I feel like, you're asking us to increase up to cities that, obviously, so again, we're looking at demographics and geography. I mean, you're looking at geography here, but we're not looking at, I don't know. I'm getting at it.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. And to that point, a car costs the same in Dixon as it does here. So, that's what we're talking about. But I want to get back to the purpose of the policy. It's put in place in 2012. In 2012, we'll stay with the same example, the chief could go out and buy a replacement car for $30,000. No problem. That's what the policy was designed to do. The market has now exceeded the policy. So it's not dollar amounts, it's can he go buy the one item that he needs? That was the purpose of the policy. Allow him to do that. Now the price has gone up, and if we leave this, we're just basically saying you no longer have the authority to go out and buy the one item that you need, which you could in 2012 when this was put in place. Am I correct in that assessment?
Yeah, so increasing the thresholds doesn't allow staff to spend any more money. We still have, the budget that you adopt that we have to live within. And that's one of the reasons we make sure we call out any new increases or new requests in the budget, as opposed to, this is to maintain the current operations that you've previously approved. But just for example, due to inflation, over the last decade that the policy has been in place, staff is able to purchase less than they were when it was initially approved. So, in day-to-day or equivalencies, the same 30,000 that we're authorized today is, only close to 23,000. So more and more items are coming to council just because of inflation has eroded the purchasing power with it.
So with that said, the procurement policy right now is 30,000, right, on the higher end, and you're gonna be coming back asking to move it to what?
70,000.
70,000. So my point I'm kind of making here is you basically shown an example of inflation that says our 30,000 is now only as good as 22,000. So we're basically lost, I don't know, I'm just gonna do some quick math. What is that, 25% of our buying power has been lost from that number to that number, but yet you're asking us to increase the procurement policy by more than double, from 30 to 70. That's all I'm saying. It just seems like a big jump compared to, that's all I'm.
Well, there's more than just inflation causing some of the issues. And it's also designed so, we don't have to come back and update it every year. The current policy has been in place for 10 years. So by establishing it at 70,000, we should be able to operate within that without the same constraints of, having to scramble to do what we can to purchase vehicles and other equipment that's needed for city operations.
Well, thank you. I appreciate all the input and just trying to wrap my head around this. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we covered the recommended amounts for the goods, services, and professional services. For the public projects, the only main change is to bring them in line with the current public contract code amounts. And we've condensed it, so instead of having where you had the department head up to 10,000 and the city manager for the remainder of that bracket, the proposal is just to assign that first bracket up to 60,000 to the department head, and then the 60,000 to 200,000 to city manager with the informal bid process, and over 200,000 would come to council. So largely the same as our existing policy, just updated to reflect the current amounts in the code. And that was all of the plan. Are there any other questions you have that we can answer?
I'd like to make a comment. I appreciate your presentation. I like the way you broke it out in the different aspects, groups. I think it made the understanding very much easier, and I'm glad that it's here for the public to see. Is there any other council comments or questions? Is there any public comment?
No public comment.
And with that, we move on to Human Resources Department. Subject is approval of approval of part-time and temporary job classifications, salary schedules, and other compensation items. Agenda report by Ms. Van Stein.
Yes. Good evening, council. All right, thank you. What we have before you this evening is a resolution, and in that resolution, there are 3 items that we are proposing to update, and this applies to part-time and temporary employees. The first item is to approve an updated salary schedule for all of the part-time and temporary job classifications. The second item is to approve a budget appropriation for aquatic staff incentive program. And the third item, to approve personnel manual provision changes related to part-time and temporary job classifications, their definitions, and their retirement and benefit program eligibility. And so the mandated change that is required of all employers in the state of California effective January 1st is that the minimum wage will be $15.50 an hour. And in addition to setting the part-time temporary salary classification salaries at minimum wage, we have presented alternative options to you this evening as well. And this is to hopefully increase our market competitiveness with filling those job classifications. And the reasons that we want you to consider the alternative salary schedules is because the last 3 years, the city has experienced a significant turnover. We have very high vacancy rates year after year with those positions. And I do, on the next slide, I'll provide that data as well. Some of you may have heard of the phenomenon that has been occurring during the pandemic called the Great Resignation. It's also called the Great or the Big Quit. We're just seeing record numbers of people leaving the workforce, whether it's retirements or people just leaving their jobs for higher paying jobs. And the driving factor from that is due to the high inflation. So people are leaving jobs for higher paying jobs. Our statewide unemployment rate has been about 3.9%, which essentially means there's more job vacancies than there are workers to fill those positions. And another item I just wanted to highlight, it's in the staff report as well, just so you know what the labor workforce trends are. They are predicting by the year 2025 that 75% of our workforce is going to consist of the millennial and Generation Z workers. So we are seeing a shift in the generations that are the people, occupying these positions. So this is a slide that provides an overview of our vacancies for the part-time temporary job classifications. For the last 3 years, 2020, it was the year that the COVID-19 pandemic hit us. Obviously, you see the large number of the vacancies at the flea market in the Parks and Rec Department. We really kind of haven't recovered a whole lot from that. What happened was we had to shut down the flea market for about 3 weeks. And then when we were able to reopen as an essential business, because they had vendors selling produce and those kind of essential items, a lot of our employees did not return. They had to stay home because of the school closures, the distance learning. Some people stayed home due to personal reasons or safety concerns. And so a lot of people never returned. So we had 34 vacancies because of that. And we also had just a lot of vacancies in the youth programs as well. And I think, as you all know, a lot of the sports programs just were halted at that time. Public Works also, they don't have as many part-time temporary people that Parks and Recreation does, but Public Works has also seen a consistent vacancy rate. It's almost like as soon as they fill those part-time temporary positions, whether it's janitors or facilities maintenance workers, they have some part-time Public Works maintenance workers. They don't last too long and they leave, and so we have those job openings again. So our numbers improved a little bit in 2021, but again, we still saw a pretty large vacancy rate. And then this last year in 2022, I would say the biggest thing we saw was in 2022, because the COVID-19 regulations relaxed, we were hoping to get back into our normal operations. And so we were trying to keep our rec centers open, the aquatic center open, like our normal business hours. But due to the low staffing, we just couldn't do that. In particular, at the aquatic center, they had to close the entire center several dates. And then there were other dates where they had to close one of the pools, or they had to limit the hours. They had to close early. So we do continuously have turnover issues there. Even today, I noted on here, the basketball program is running right now, and they are still short 2 sports officials and 2 scorekeepers right now. So you kind of have the same, part-time temporary people working, they're working longer hours, so they're trying to pick up the slack. So the salary schedule options that are before you tonight, we have the mandated option, and this is to comply with the minimum wage order that's going into effect. We have an alternative option, number 1, which basically takes that mandated option, adding $1 per hour to those job classification salaries. Alternative 2 is adding $2 an hour. Alternative 3 is adding $3 an hour. The cost impact is above. We've got the total annual cost for each of those options. And then in green, alternative option 1, 2, and 3, that's the delta. So that's the additional cost over just the baseline or mandated option. I will point out that the downside to option number 3, when you look at that salary schedule, which was attached to the staff report tonight, it does create compaction with some of our GPSU union represented positions, some of our unrepresented positions as well, where some of those part-time or temporary positions would make at or above other classifications at the city, such as office assistant, accounting assistant, your public works maintenance worker level 1. So that's just something to keep in mind. We do see consternation between the employee groups when, they look at the salary schedules and they compare their job, to other jobs. So I'm going to circle back to this, but I wanted to go through all of the items. So item number 2 in your resolution, this is an idea that we've put together. We want to do some kind of aquatic center staff incentive program. And we are asking for a budget appropriation of $15,000. We would use this money to subsidize the training costs for our Title 24, our CPR, and lifeguard certificate courses. Right now, people have to enroll on their own, and they have to pay out of pocket. And we do think because of that, we don't have as many lifeguards that are certified or are applying for our vacancies. We also want to do some kind of retention bonus for our returning lifeguards. One of the things we see is they work for us one summer and then they don't end up returning. It's a very seasonal kind of job, so they might get another job, a different summer job or whatever. So we'd like to do some kind of retention bonus for them. The other item is a referral program. So basically, if you refer a friend who's hired at the city at the aquatic center, you would get some kind of referral bonus. So that's another incentive. And then on this slide, we just wanted to provide some data. I think I mentioned it earlier on the aquatic center closures. So we've listed all the dates that they did have to close. And again, sometimes they reduce the hours or they had to close one of the pools. This third item that's in the resolution, the city has what's called a Section 218 agreement with Social Security. We recently were notified that the way we have our temporary and part-time employees categorized and defined in our personnel manual are not in compliance with that, and so we do want to update the personnel manual. So what we're proposing is that the temporary employees would be anyone who works 600 hours or less, and that's in a calendar year. And then part-time employees would be anyone that works over 600 hours in a year. And on this table, we've listed out the differences between those groups. So for your temporary employees, they're enrolled in PARS, which is an alternate pension plan. So Social Security requires, if you're going to exclude someone from Social Security, you do have to offer them a different retirement option. So PARS is the retirement plan for temporary employees. And then the time off benefit that the temporary employees get is just sick leave, and that is mandated by the state of California. For part-time, they would participate in Social Security and CalPERS. And for both of those retirement programs, there's an employee contribution and an employer contribution. And then the time off benefits for them is, we call it PTO hours. And in the personnel manual, depending on how many hours they work, they accrue those PTO hours. And they can use it for vacation time or sick leave. So the total cost of the changes, the $15,000 for the Aquatic Center Incentive Program, and then the totals that I showed you on the prior slide with all the salary schedule options. Those options do include the roll-up costs, so it includes all of the benefit changes that we've presented as well under item number 3. So I can't go back to that because I figured that would be the item that you wanted to discuss the most. Here we go, right here. So that's my presentation, and I think now I would need direction on what salary schedule you wanted to move forward with, and if you're open to approving the other 2 items.
Go ahead.
If I may start this off, I have a question for Armando. How many, just roughly, I saw it in the staff report, but my computer's not cooperating. How many days was the pool shut approximately because of staffing shortage?
Oh, I have it.
She has that listed.
Yeah, it's right here. So it was 7 full days in July.
Okay. So it looks like 7, 10. Okay, so let's say 10 just between the 3 months. So 10 days. And what would you say, just, and look at just for rough numbers, what's like the average attendance like during the month of July, people coming to the pool?
Honestly, I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to look at that.
What I'm trying to get at is I'm just wondering, the 15,000 doesn't seem like a high. If you look at like, what kind of, now I know that the pool's a losing endeavor, I get that, but I'm just curious of how much that 15,000 we actually recoup if we would have had the pool open those 10 days, people come use the pool, they pay money. So for me, it costs 15,000. If the cost for 15,000 to keeping staff, for keeping these days we don't have to close, I feel like we would recoup some of that. Would you say?
I wouldn't say you'd come close to it.
No, I would say this about attendance. I drive by it often. It's packed, and my wife has actually been turned away that it's too full.
Well, and one of the reasons that they're turned away is the number of lifeguards we have on duty. So if we have to limit the number of lifeguards or if we only have so many lifeguards on duty, we can only allow a certain capacity. So the more lifeguards, the more people we're able to let in, and that's
Right.
what we had to do a lot this year.
Well, what I'm getting at is like if I had to close my business for start closing Saturdays because we just don't have enough staff, the cost of hiring that staff to work the Saturday is going to be less than the potential I'm going to make for being open on Saturday. So it's not like I can't say, well, it just doesn't make sense for me to have employees work on Saturday because it costs $300 for the day to have those employees there. By being open, the potential to make, you see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to understand that the 15,000 is probably not just an absolute loss of it. Like we're not going to just lose 15 because there's probably going to be some recuperation of cost.
You'll recoup some money.
Yeah. Well, I was looking around. I know, Stephanie, when we spoke on our little quick thing with Mr. Hines, you had done some research on who we competing with in town, McDonald's, that kind of stuff on these entry-level positions. And I started doing some of my own research now, and the problem with paying the very minimum is, first of all, you're competing with, again, places that are paying more, but even if you were, and the problem with that too is that people are just, even if they are willing to come work for us and pay that, they're not really excited about it. They don't feel like they're not making much, so they're constantly already have one foot out the door trying to look for something better. So you're not even getting like 100% work out of them, in my opinion. Whereas you take somebody like, let me use an example like In-N-Out Burger. In-N-Out Burger has historically always paid their people more than other fast food restaurants. And I'm sure any of you visited In-N-Out Burger, they're always so friendly and they look like they're really happy to work there. It's like they get more out of their employees. So with that said, I feel like when you come to these entry positions, I feel like you know, we obviously want to be competitive. We want them to be happy. They have a you know, a job here at the city of Galt, and they're not going to be constantly just looking for the next best thing here in town to jump over to. But I also understand that once you make a decision, you can't go backwards. Once you decide to pay, this is the starting point. You can't just say, you know what, that was a mistake. Let's go ahead and reduce that. I mean, once we do that, we've set the bar now moving forward forever, pretty much, right?
Yeah, the other thing I would add is our background and medical screening process is much more intense than someone's going to go through in retail or fast food. So as a city, we already can't hire certain people with certain criminal backgrounds. So, you know, there's certain penal codes that we absolutely cannot hire them. And in the Parks and Recreation Department, they have to do drug testing. They have to do a tuberculosis test. They have to do, you know, a lifting exam. You know, with the lifeguards, you know, to get that certification, you have to take a written exam and do the physical. So, you know, it's pretty intense. It's different than what you're going to go through in the private sector, I would say.
And it's like we talked about in that Zoom meeting was, it's funny that we're having these people trained to be, you know, lifeguard to potentially save someone's life, but we're paying them, you know, less than they make at McDonald's.
Right.
You know,
Right.
it's
No, really, their responsibility is a lot. And they only have to be 15 to be a lifeguard, but I would say they're more responsible type students that are going to go through that. So
that's questions I have for the moment. I'd like to hear from other council members, your thoughts.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think probably kind of echo some of that we're stuck at minimum now and it's not serving us well. I don't think $1 makes a big difference to the people we're trying to attract. I certainly don't want to mess with option 3 because we already have enough compaction problems in another area, so we need to create that problem again. So I would certainly lean toward option 2 as far as this goes, and I have no problem with the other 2 items, or other 2 parts of the item.
So can you, I'm sorry, I just had can you remind us, unless I missed it, the lifeguard thing about the training and stuff? Sorry, Rich.
yeah, so they have to go through Title 24 training. It includes, they have to get a CPR and lifeguard certificate. And it's good for 2 years. They do have to recertify every 2 years as well. So even our returning lifeguards, if it's their 3rd year, they've got to go through, not the entire program, but they have to at least go through a portion of it. They have to get TB tested. They have to go through the medical lifting exam, and they do the drug screen. You know, we still require a drug screen because it is, even marijuana is against the law federally. A lot of people don't understand that because it's legal in California, but we're still following the federal laws, so.
Go ahead, Rich.
Just a couple of comments and questions. Real quick, as it relates to not just aquatics, but I guess all of our part-time and or temporary. I know there's, Ms. Van Stein mentioned temporary 600 hours or less a year, and then part-time is 600 hours or more. What, on a weekly basis, what does that look like? Because you're not hiring, for instance, lifeguards in December. So
right.
How many hours a week are they getting, I guess is my question.
It's mostly your seasonal workers that are going to fall within that 600 or less.
Typically, it's going to be the lifeguards that will fall under the 600. All my other employees will go to a part-time basis. All my market employees will go to a part-time basis. My recreation and parks maintenance will go to part-time.
Okay, and of those part-time people that you just mentioned, those classifications, how many hours a week are they working?
So at the market, we have just under 20, I believe. 9 are part-time, and we'll work up to 36 hours a week. The rest we're limited to 20 hours per week.
Temporary or limited?
The temporary, which was 980 hours.
That's 20 hours a week?
Yeah. averages out to that.
Okay. So the reason I ask is I happened to drive by and I sent our city manager a picture of this the other day, and a fast food restaurant was advertising for employees to apply. And it started out at $17. And ironically, it said you can make up to $20.50. So I put that in perspective a little bit. We don't necessarily have that retail fast food restaurant here in our city, but what I spend as a person working 20 to 30, I think I could get that many hours there at that restaurant. Would I spend the extra couple dollars in gas to drive there to do it? And my answer to myself was probably, especially if we were just looking at minimum wage, right? I could potentially make $5 an hour more and multiply that by just 20 hours a week. That's significant. And I think Councilmember Farmer brought it up, and I've been making this argument for a long time. Although we are small and we can't afford to pay our employees the highest rate in the region, I understand that. There is a level of customer service when you have a happy employee that feels like they're fairly compensated. And what I mean by fairly compensated is they look at the job that they're doing and the environment they're doing it in and feel as though the dollar that they're making for that is appropriate. From a policy perspective, I look at it and say, okay, every employee counts, right? And the aquatics worker, many of our part-time classifications that you just described are the point of contact to many of our community members and our citizens, our customers. And that is where the biggest impact to our community is. So when we talk about customer service, it's not just if somebody calls the phone down at City Hall and gets an answer on 2 rings. It's really the people out touching these folks. Now we've had this discussion about, we had the discussion, we were talking about spending ARPA funds on somebody for trash, litter abatement. We need to pay the workers a reasonable wage so that they can provide that high level of service. And so I'm glad we're having this discussion today. I want to thank you for providing us the pre-meeting on the Zoom meeting on what we were going to be talking about, because I was able to put it in perspective a little bit. But I think that the skeleton services that we are providing right now with the loss of employees and the rate of vacancy, the citizens deserve more than that. And so I'm kind of in the area of, I like option 2 the best. I think it puts us in a position to really start to make an impact, yet doesn't get us into any other compaction issues, in which we've already recently just finished labor agreements with other groups. So I think I like that the best. I'm hoping this will be an effective tool to address our market competitiveness, and I think we're on our way there. But I would also say to all of our department heads, supervisors, mid-managers, this is a piece of it. The other piece is internal promotion of employees, like we just mentioned earlier today. Some of the things that we've done in our strategic plan to really increase customer service in this city has been done certainly in the last 2 years, but I would argue in the last 4 years. But keep doing that work. We can pay more, but let's also have that focus on taking care of the other things that employees have needs with, so that they provide that highest level of service to our customers. So that's all I have. My druthers would be option 2.
Vice Mayor Sandy, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, Ms. Feinstein, thank you for giving us a detailed report. I'm Barry Whitman. Last time when we even talked on a Zoom meeting, I'm between option 1 and 2. And I know the staff recommended that option 1, they said there's an impact with the other department. If something we can work with the other department will not impact, then we can move to option 2. But I still I like to what the staff recommendation. So I also will go my other colleagues what they want, option number 1 and option number 2, and we certainly increase that minimum wages in order to retain these people. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For myself, I recently heard on the radio about job participation, and it was a little surprising to hear that working age males in the U.S. right now, the job participation rate is as bad as it was during the Depression. So that tells you a lot about, and it was broken down in multiple ethnic groups and et cetera, but the statement caught my ear. It really says a lot about how many people, and it actually bolsters your argument that we can't find people to hire. They're simply not looking for work, even though they're young and able. They're simply not doing it. So it's just an interesting point I wanted to throw in there. Right now, I believe it was, I don't know, anyway, the vacancy rate for Galt right now, you're hoping to, what is it and what are we averaging, we're hoping to reduce it to? Do you have any rough numbers? I believe it's kind of high right now.
Well, it really, you can talk about it. It varies.
Did I miss that?
With those positions, it varies.
I can tell you, we always have vacancies within our department.
Right, okay, I just wanted to bring it up, but my recollection was that it's roughly 11%, right? And that's pretty normal?
Full-time. That's full-time, yeah.
Okay,
Full-time was around 11% about a month or 2 ago. So this is part-time temporary, which really goes in waves. We see when it's winter time and it's cold, people don't want to be outside, they quit their job. When it gets really hot in the summertime, they don't want to be outside.
Okay.
So, it just happens. It kind of goes with the seasons as well.
Yep, thank you for the clarification. It's my bad. For the city of Galt, I feel like we're stuck in a rock and a hard place. The rock is our limited budget, and the hard place is that the economy keeps pushing everything up. That's why I repeatedly advocated for having the salaries higher in the positions in option 3, or alternative 4. Yeah, option 3, alternative 4 that's on the agenda report to avoid compaction. I understand the problem, so I would be inclined to go with the $2 raise, but that's why I've repeatedly asked for that in the past, because I really think that if it was a full $3, it would do a lot more of what we're trying to achieve, and we simply are put in a position where it's not wise to do that. It's a little disappointing. If there's no other comments, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Mr. Mayor, can I get clarification on that one other piece of this that we're going to vote on real quick?
Absolutely.
And I apologize, you may have mentioned it, but I was taking some notes, so I might have missed it. What is the incentive programs, just real quick again for the aquatics? We had talked about some sort of paying for their training, and can you touch on that real quick?
Yeah, we don't have the exact specifics laid out yet.
Okay.
I've kind of ran some things by Monica Lopez, the recreation supervisor in Armando, but I don't know exactly how many of the training courses we will be able to subsidize, but that's the idea. Like, if we can pay for people's training, if they're willing to go through the training, get certified, and actually accept a job with us, we'll pay for the training. And what is that, around $200 or something?
Yeah, it's about $150, and what they have to do is pay for the course, pass the course, and then we will hire them automatically on once they pass as a lifeguard.
I know there was some concern about, you said, the concern about if we do that, we pay them to train, and then they just leave halfway through the season and go to another pool or another whatever because they have that. We had talked about, well, maybe we could tweak it to be where, the incentive bonus or whatever comes at the end of the season, so they're motivated to stay the season before they.
Yeah.
Those are talks that we've had, that we defer it to X amount of hours. You have to work X amount of hours to get that, or, you know, at the end of the season.
It'll probably be more hours based, because we do have like college students. They come home for the summertime and they do give notice, you know, where they say I have to leave by X date because I'm going back to school. So I wouldn't want to penalize those people, you know, but it's probably going to be something like after so many hours worked, they get a retention.
Okay, so the approval tonight would be for additional funding for a lump sum that you guys are still going to determine how to best use that incentive money, more or less, right? But not specifically know yet, right? Okay,
Right.
that's just one, yeah, because I thought it was like, did it say, but it didn't, okay. So we just, you guys are still going to work on that, but we're just going to, number 2 would be, if we adopt a resolution, would be to approve some incentive money to be determined on how, okay? I too support option 2. I think, you know, option 3 would be great, but option 2, I think, gets us in the wheelhouse. I mean, I was just on Indeed.com, and I've seen 3 locations in In-N-Out Burger. Thank God we don't have one here that we compete with, but hiring $19 an hour starting at some Sacramento locations around. So I think $17.50 puts us where we're competitive, at least with the McDonald's and some other of our competitors. I think we still work to do, but with inflation, I mean, you know, we revisit all these later on, but I would be in favor of option 2 as well.
Agreed. Just real quick, since the minimum wage is going up plus $2, it's actually $2.50, so it's kind of a little bonus there. And then last question, for me anyway, how does this affect our bottom line on our budget overall? If we go with, it seems like we're going to go with alternative 2, it's 130,000.
So alternative option number 2 is the $2 above the minimum wage,
Right.
basically. So the total annual cost, and this does include the benefit changes as well. This is all the roll up. It's $206,704.
Right. No, I understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
That's okay.
Yeah.
It's, let me put it another way. So this is all going to be Parks and Recs, and this is all going to be, in some respect, Measure Q money that we, as a group, agreed to put towards Parks and Recs. Yes or no?
It'll end up being wherever we have part-time and temporary employees. And granted, with the bulk of those folks are in Parks and Rec.
We've been talking, sorry, but we've been talking so much about swimming people.
Right, aquatics folks?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and so you'll see the impact in Fund 6, which is Parks and Recreation. Measure Q will be used to support expenditures in Fund 6, but Measure Q is intended for maintenance, trails, and medians. So Measure Q won't necessarily be used here because it's, again, those 3 items.
Well, I think Measure Q language, though, is pretty broad as regarding Parks and Rec. There was talk about programs. There was talk about, you know, so if you say Measure Q money is okay to support Parks and Rec programs, by proxy, you're supporting the people that run those programs, which would be Parks employees. So it could be, right?
I was referring to the resolution we all agreed to.
That's what I'm referring to, the language.
You sound like you're talking about the specific language of Measure Q, and I'm talking about the resolution, which
I'm
isn't
sorry. Yeah,
legally
I'm talking
binding.
about the language of the resolution, not Measure Q. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm talking about the resolution. We stated it did state, you know, programs. You know, it mentioned like parades, all the parks. It mentioned a lot of parks. It wasn't just landscaping and parks. There was a lot of other stuff but it was all Fund 06. It was all 06 stuff. So I just want to clarify that potentially this 200,000 potentially could be part of funding for Measure Q.
It could be partially funded from Measure Q, but I will seek clarity from the council before we spend any of Measure Q dollars to make sure we're all in agreement. Because Lord knows I don't want to get caught in the middle of a disagreement.
I appreciate that very much. So, having said all of that, I'm looking to adopt a resolution to, 1, select an option for salary schedule adjustments for the part-time temporary job classification January 1, 2023. We got to do that one at a time because we haven't actually selected one.
It's a resolution that has all 3 components built in. So any number 2 and 3 are already preset. So you could just say someone can make a motion to adopt the resolution as presented with a selected option, and that would accomplish.
So can we adopt, can we say it again?
Adopt a resolution as presented with selected option.
Can we adopt a resolution as presented with the selected option?
I move to adopt a resolution with option 2.
Perfect.
Do I have a second? Councilman Farmer first, Councilman Lozano second. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Sandu?
Aye.
Councilmember Papineau? Aye. Councilmember Farmer?
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano?
Aye.
Mayor Vandenberg?
Aye. Next, Parks and Recreation Department, subject, Saturday market proposal for 2023, brought to you by Mr. Solis.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As directed from our last council meeting, City Council requested that we bring back a proposal for the 2023 market and its budget. So I'd like to call up Jackie Garcia now to give that presentation to you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Right, so tonight I bring back the Saturday market proposal for 2023. This is just a recap of the background that the market was developed last year, component of the Saturday Market Series. Throughout the series, we attracted over 10,000 attendees, which we built awareness and opportunities to local artisan vendors and any informational or produce vendors. We presented on December 6th, and then we were directed staff to return with a proposed budget and expand the series option. So for the 2023 event synopsis is the first Saturday of every month, starting off in March and running through November from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. This would change the hours from the previous year, so it would go from 9 to 2 instead of the 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Our focus would be on artisan produce and food vendors. We would invite them to return to the Saturday market, as well as do new outreach to encourage new vendors and new produce vendors to come out. As well as we would provide vendors an opportunity to showcase and sell their products and build awareness and continued support for small businesses. In addition, we would still continue with the component of having a monthly theme to bring in family entertainment, which would attract additional families and foot traffic, including partnerships with local businesses to sponsor the stage entertainment. And this is something new that we did not have last year. So for this year, or for this upcoming year, based on our budget last year and what we looked at our needs for this upcoming year, the training budget is the same as this will be for our National Farmers Market Coalition training. Our office supplies would be $250, which would include the paper, supplies, anything that we needed. That's minimal. Printing and duplicating would be anything that we don't have to send out for mass bulk printing. We would do that in the market office. And then dues, this is something new, such as a health permit. This was taken care of by the San Joaquin Certified Farmers Market last year. This is, if they don't partner with us and they don't pay, then we would be responsible for that fee, as well as event insurance to cover the series. And this would be something new this year. Uniform allowance, last year we had this amount, and it encouraged this Saturday Market logo. So we branded our staff to make sure that we're out there promoting what our brand is. And then it uniforms all the staff. Supplies and materials was anything that included trash can liners, any additional equipment that we needed, such as gas to take over the equipment from the market, as well as currently we have pop-up tents or umbrellas that we have for our smaller seating areas if we need to replace any new items. Small tools and equipment, this is a minimal item, which is including pinchers, replacement of any blowers that we need to clean the promenade after or before the event. And then professional services is a larger number. As last year, what we did was we did the mass bulk mailing to the Galt citizens, where we partnered, or we didn't partner. We did the mass bulk, but we partnered with Parks and Rec and the market, where we did a cross promotions on the postcard. This year, we want to do that again, but we put the full cost amount and wanted to run it twice instead of one time for the series. So it would kick off at the beginning, and then it would kick off mid again to promote cross promotions of other future events. Equipment repair and maintenance. This would be to maintain any of our items that we purchase, such as the blower, any fire extinguishers. We know we need new fire extinguishers at the stage that we would be purchasing, or any additional items that would cover that. Community promotions would be any swag giveaway that we give at our tables, such as wristbands that have Parks and Recreation, anything that just puts our brand out there that people can take away at home, share it, and really just send our brand out there and foot traffic and build more foot traffic and awareness. Advertising, it's again to bring more banners to the community. We did a really good job in addition to the support of some council members that were able to go out there and put some signs out on the corners for us. But we want to really bring more awareness and bring some more banners out there, as well as this is part of the postcards and paying for the mailing of the postcards. So this is some of the cost as well. Also, this includes newspaper articles. And then one thing I forgot to add with professional services is it would include paying for band or any type of entertainment that goes along with the family theme activity. And that was something that we had that additional cost for last year. Equipment rental, that did increase because of the number of portable restrooms that we need because of the demand of foot traffic. So initially we thought one portable restroom would be sufficient. We had to add an additional portable restroom last year, and so this year we're looking at adding a total of 4 portable restrooms and putting them in areas that are more visible to our foot traffic. And then solid waste would be the $2,600 this year. We would actually go ahead and apply that and make sure that we're not having the market pick that cost up. So that would be an additional cost for us. Which brings the total to the $40,675. Some of the items that are not included on that total are one-time investment purchases that we need for during the market. We need a portable stage. Currently, we're working off a wooden stage that's a platform. It's not as durable. It's very heavy. So we looked at purchasing a portable riser stage that is easier and accessible for staff to set up. A PA system that would have capability to not only run music, but it would have sound for any type of PA or announcements, which we needed this past year. Additional tables and chairs and shade structures. This would cause or allow us to purchase more or give more areas for customers to enjoy while they purchase the food, to sit and enjoy and stay longer at the market. So this is a one-time investment of the $11,300, and our hope is that we would be able to just continue to use these as the market grows. So for the Saturday market expenses, what we've seen this past year was, because of the number of foot traffic, which was a positive, it also caused us to have to pull from market and utilize their staff. So because of that, we're asking that the project specialist position, that we increase that to a 36-hour position, but have that 36 hours to be specifically allocated for 20 hours focused on the Saturday market. And the other additional would be for special events. Last year, it was 20 hours for that position, and it was shared of special events and the market. So there was not complete focus, and it took some of my time away from the flea market. Recreation workers, we did not have enough staff with just one temp staff. With adding the family entertainment activities, there was a lot of setup that we had to do, a lot of cleanup that we had to do at the end of the day. We're looking at 11-hour days on a Saturday market. That includes setup and tear down. So we're asking for a total of 4 temp staffs instead of the 1 temp staff, which that's the total budget for staffing. This does not include Park Mondo's position or my position, since our budget is already allocated. So our estimated revenue and goals for the market for 2023 for artisan vendors is the 12,500. We're looking at a total vendors for the series of 250 artisan vendors. For prepackaged and food, we're looking at bringing in a total of 135 prepackaged and food. And just to go back real quick, it is going to be a $50 fee for artisan vendors, and prepackaged would be $75. That would keep it the same amount as what we received last year. Informational is $25 per vendor, and we're looking at bringing about the same, if not more, a little bit more. And then produce vendors, we only are asking produce vendors to pay $40 per produce vendor, and we have that lower because they are required for additional permits other than what an artisan vendor has, such as an ag permit. They require an additional health permit, as well as potentially additional insurance requirements. So we're trying to accommodate them and attract them to be part of our market. We also have already a partner, which is Papa's and Wings, that has agreed to sponsor for this year. So they will be coming back for sponsorship and have agreed to sponsor $1,500. Again, with bringing in the additional hours for the project specialist, our hope is, and one of our goal is to create a sponsorship package so we're able to attract new businesses to partner and be part of this and sponsor our stage, our entertainment. So even though we are asking for the budget, we're hoping that we won't have to spend that because of sponsorships. So this has a breakdown of our estimated revenue and expenditures. We are looking at a loss of the $78,239.06. But this shows the breakdown and the revenue. And so this evening we're asking for you guys to review the staff report and provide direction to staff and on the 2023 Saturday Market Series future. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, before we start in with comments, one of the things that we would recommend is that that we utilize ARPA to address the deficit that's there, and we are still looking to allocate. I'm going to estimate about $1.8 million in ARPA. And we will be coming back to you all with a reconciliation early next year to tighten up those numbers. But I am pretty confident that we have $78,000 in ARPA available should council choose to continue this for one more year.
The ARPA for the entire amount?
For the $78,000 that was a deficit, yes, we have enough ARPA to cover that.
And that's legal?
Yes. Yeah.
Excellent.
It's
so any
it's a form of we use it. It's a general loss revenue calculation in ARPA, so we can use it for as general fund dollars.
So Uncle Joe's going to sponsor the Saturday market for us. I have a question for you, Jackie. So you said the sponsorship. I really like hearing that. I was already my wheels were already turning. Like so just theoretically, like I don't know. Let's say Velvet Grill. They want to sponsor the music for that particular month. They would be allowed to maybe put a banner on the lower part of the stage, some kind of advertising for them. Maybe even the musician throughout the day can mention thanks again to Velvet Grill for whatever. So there's something in it for the business by doing that, right?
Right. So we would create a package opportunity that would have different tiers of what their sponsorship would include. For entertainment stages, our goal would be to have, if you're a sponsor for the whole series, we'd have your banner up there for the entire series. We've also purchased new there are poles that we're able to put banners in that we can sit at each corner that will promote the business that's sponsoring. So we're definitely looking at it in different ways.
And what about, you mentioned the flyers. I was thinking too, whatever flyers you guys do send out, the sponsors' names could be on those too, right? So, yeah, I mean, I definitely think some businesses are going to be interested for sure. So, I mean, it is disappointing. I'm glad to hear about the ARPA. It is disappointing that it's, still in deficit, but, any new business, like they say with a brand new business, you can't expect to be successful right off the bat. There's usually some loss before it becomes successful. I feel like the market is successful. I feel like we're moving, we're tweaking, we're making adjustments, we're adding new ideas. I like these new ideas with the sponsorship thing. And I think we're on the path to success with it. I think it's, it's a huge asset to the community. Again, monetarily, maybe not an asset, but community asset, huge in my opinion, because I have so much positive feedback that I've heard from it. I like the change in the hours. I like the change in the months. I look forward to seeing what some of the themes are you guys are going to do. I look forward to, maybe even becoming some kind of partner or sponsor a little bit if we can for my business. Yeah, I like the restroom addition. I know that was a big deal. So the shade structures, you mentioned 7. So you think it would be more cost effective to just purchase the shade structures and the chairs and then just keep reusing them along than it would to just be to rent them from a party rental place? Okay. I think so too. I'm sure you guys looked at both costs. So, I don't really have any other questions.
Mayor, may I make a comment, please?
Yes, go ahead.
I know there's a little probably sticker shock with this number because there was with me, but I want you to understand that we started a great event here, and this budget reflects trying to get it to that next level and trying to have the staff in place, the proper number of staff there. So I just want you to know that this is what that budget number reflects, trying to get us to that next level, the extra marketing, the extra postcards, those type of things. Dedicating staff to it.
Does this mean that Councilman Vandenberg and I don't go out and put T-posts in again?
That's what it means.
Hey.
I burned up a drill doing that.
Yeah.
Any other council members have any questions or comments?
Just for a few comments. Thank you, Mr. Garcia gives you the good report. And on this recommendation, the time change and the day change, I do understand your recommendation, but still I agree with the other council members what they want. So let's go, little bit more research on the time changing or on what other day. And it also, the one recommendation, I believe the staff recommendation, we cannot do 2 times a month. Can you a little bit explain on that?
Did you want to? At this point, we don't recommend doing 2 times a month. Right now, we're estimating a loss of $78,000 for this event. What you would do is you would basically double that. Well, not completely double it, but you would increase that number. I think what we need to do is have one more year of 1 month, and then again reevaluate it after every year to try and get it to that twice a month market. I think right now we need to start just increasing our once a month market. And what we're doing is we're expanding it by 2 months, adding a month at the beginning and a month at the end. I think that's a good start, and then reevaluate it at the end of 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Solis. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Just real quick, I think that you might underestimate yourself a little bit. I think that the success that it had is probably going to make it easier to exceed your prediction on sponsorships. I think that's probably a really good avenue to go. And then also, I think that your efforts to expand the produce will be successful because, again, you had the success of the last year that's going to grow on. It's got a very positive feedback from the community. So I think your plan looks good.
Jackie, remind me again, was there, you were talking about should the amount of vendors exceed or, because I know it varies from month to month, but what was the plan if they exceed to go, so you're wanting to bring additional vendors on, so you're going to go onto the grass with that? or are you going onto the street? And if you get more vendors than you anticipate, is the street the overflow plan, or what?
We've discussed several options with expanding to the grass area, and we've also, with bringing in new antique vendors, do we give them a different area? So we're talking about possibly expanding to the street area too with the vendors.
Because I know that it was mentioned by another, I forget which one, somebody mentioned it where, and I heard the same thing, where some people felt like once you're kind of passed down past Brewster's, like on the even though you're still on the promenade, it kind of like was like, so people didn't really want, people were like, well, why is it not more like out into the grass area instead of just way down? And so.
Right, and last year we were able to, we recognized that, so we cut it off and put a food vendor, or actually a jewelry vendor there. So we capped that corner. So it didn't allow people to go past that, and I believe that helped, as well as we added a little bit of entertainment. So I think we can look at different ways in pushing people to the grass and attracting them that way too. I don't know if there's something else.
Yeah, we have a couple different options that we're looking at, trying to make sure that we look at the right one. During the winter months, the grass isn't going to be an option. So might have to pivot depending on the time of year, where possibly the grass would be a great place to put a lot of the shade for some seating. So we're still evaluating that right now.
Okay. Like I said, the only negatives I ever really heard, honestly, were that in the summer months, it was pretty hot. And once you get past noon, it was really kind of like whatever. So the shift in the hours, I think, is going to be very helpful. The shade structures are going to be really helpful, I think. And so, I mean, and then the produce, people wanting more produce. And you've really addressed all those. I can't think of anything else that people were wanting to see or had any criticism about, what little criticism they did have, that you guys haven't thought about or addressed. So thank you again for the hard work.
No other council member comments?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Jackie, thank you yet again for another great presentation, and I think I concur with all of my colleagues. I will say this though, you took what we threw at you a couple of weeks ago and managed to come up with a great recommendation. I think the expanding the market months makes perfect sense. Maybe not February, but through March through November, that makes perfect sense. I do have an idea for February that I ran by the city manager today. So indoor event. Well, maybe not for this year, but next year. And then, we asked you to come back with a wish list of items that you needed to effectively run the market from here on out. And I think you did that as well. And it wasn't over the top. Everything you've put on here is very reasonable. But I truly believe that we have a bigger gem here than we realize today. And I would say probably by July or August, when you guys come back, maybe to give an update, we'll see that. So thank you, and I'm willing to support staff's recommendation on this.
Thank you. I think I see things a little different. I like the more days. There's a summer hour shift. I mean, I believe we did adjust hours for the extremely hot months, which was nice. So I think in some respects we need to remain flexible. Could you remind me again, what was the loss gain of the previous year?
I don't believe I have that information.
I don't have that. I'd have.
So it was right.
It was
sorry.
21,31,89.
So we're going to go from $2,139 to $78,000. That for something that's very pleasant. I can't say that I heard one negative thing about it, but I think that it almost feels like a little blackmail that you. No offense, I know that sounds offensive, and it's not meant to be. I know you're trying to do gear it up, for years in advance, but that's the term that came to mind. It feels like a huge chunk, and I wish it was somewhere in the middle at maybe 30, 35. I know ARPA funds may help us out with that, but, you know, this is a big,
Well, Mayor, remember that the biggest jump in that deficit is those employees bringing on to help with it.
Right.
Without those, the number's actually not, it's relatively way less.
right, but we did it last year without them. And, you know, we're supposed to be fiscally responsible, and I'm just trying to highlight that point. This is not, you know, 2,000 to 15, 20, 30, 40. We're going $80,000. So that's high. And, you know, I'm not saying this isn't a great thing. I enjoyed myself every time I went. I saw a lot of people enjoying themselves. I think it's a great event. I really do. And it could grow into something even much better than it is. I would personally also recommend that, you know, people have mentioned several times about going past Brewster's, how it's kind of like a no man's land out there, for lack of a better term. If that could be turned down C streets towards Streets Land and other businesses that could be open, that would, you know, help tax revenue. And it's also in the shade more. That's my personal preference. But I guess this is not an action item. You just wanted feedback. So I apologize again for being rough, but, you know, that's how I honestly feel about it. So beyond that, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Thank you. If there's nothing else, we move on to communications.
Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
If
Or
I
did I miss
may,
something?
We did ask for some direction. So
Okay.
we could proceed with the plan as presented. I understand your concerns.
Yeah, my sense was everybody, except for myself, was okay with it.
Okay, great.
I'm the outlier.
Maybe I wasn't clear because I thought there were some decision points. Do you got what you need, Armando?
If you're giving me the money to move forward,
But based on the days, the hours, twice a month, once a month, all that kind of stuff.
I think you have the policy direction and you have a recommended funding source. So you feel free to go ahead, and I'm looking forward to our Simon and Garfunkel tribute out there on the stage.
So do you want clarification? You feel it's necessary? So we'll just simply say, so at least 4 of the members up here, we're okay with the expansion of the months you proposed, keeping the hours, not doing it bi-monthly. Hours there, recommending 9 to 2 p.m. At the cost presented. Yes?
Pretty much as presented, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so then now to item J, communications.
I'm just reminding everyone that the January 3rd, 2023 council meeting is canceled.
Even though it states different on our calendar. Yep.
That's just, that's a typo, and we'll be sure to correct that.
Which one?
Last page.
Oh, and it says meeting shown or, okay.
Thank you. So no public comment necessary for that, correct? Yeah, and then we'll move on to item K, city clerk's report.
So this is review and selection of city council appointments to regional boards, commissions, and committees. The recommendation is to consider and approve by motion the following actions. We're going to review vacancies for council representation on local and outside agencies, review any assignments where city council members desire to be removed from a current position, and make any other changes to assignments as desired by city council. So the easiest, I'm just going to go down.
Tina Hubert, I have a question before you go to the original meeting. You know, there is at the last page is California Form 806. Can you a little bit explain what that means?
Which one?
Some of 806. Some of the appointment they get paid, and some of the appointment in Sacramento they don't get paid. How can you just explain which appointment?
The 806 is for the committees and commissions that do pay their.
Okay, and which one is get paid? Can you tell the public?
Sacramento, SACOG, actually all of their Sacramento Area Council of Governments, their Policy and Innovation Committee, and the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District.
So there is only 3 original position get paid $100.
Mhm.
And what for the other position they don't get paid? Who make the policy in Sacramento? Just for the clarification for the public.
Who makes the policy?
Mhm.
Yeah.
All of those commissions and committees, they set their own payment structure. If they do it, the city Galt has no control over it. SACOG sets it. So whatever commissions, regional boards, commissions, committees, the council are sit at, they'll only get any remuneration if that committee itself allows for it. And based on the Form 806, it only looks like there's 3 of the various.
Thank you. Just for the clarification, I see that paper first time.
Okay, so I'm just going to go down the list, and like I say, if you choose to ask to be removed, and then we'll make one motion at the end of all appointments. So the first is the Cosumnes Community Services District, CSD 2x2. We have 2 vacancies.
I still want to keep on that. Have the council wish to.
I would also like to remain on that.
457 deferred compensation. Vandenberg, you still want to remain?
Yeah.
Cities and Schools Together cast. We have a vacant position with Kevin Papineau and Jay Vandenberg as the alternate.
Actually, I was on that.
Because we have to read.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I would like to remain on that.
Okay. The Galt Youth Commission, 1 vacancy.
I'll remain on that unless that's okay.
I'd actually like to get on that.
Okay, well, it's only 1 appointment, so, well, only one of us can be on there. I mean, I'll just like to say this, we've been working really hard together, and we feel like we're making momentum, and Jason, the chair, came up to me and was like pretty bummed. She thought I was gonna get bumped off that, so if you, to me remove and you join, I'm just saying it's gonna be, I can't.
She was pretty excited that I was going to be on it.
Oh, okay, well, that's probably the one thing that I'm most passionate about on here.
Okay,
So-
then stay on it.
Yes.
That's okay.
Okay, Public Safety Committee, we have 1 vacancy and 1 alternate.
I like to still.
Alternate,
When are those? I'll do the alternate.
4th Monday at 6 p.m. You're okay?
Okay, excellent.
So we have the outside agencies now, the City Selection Committee, that is concurrent with mayor, so that is now Vandenberg. Greater Sacramento Economic Council, that is city manager. And now we have Sacramento Area Council of Government, SACOG. We have a vacancy with Kevin Papineau as the alternate.
I'd like to stay on that.
I'm okay with that.
Chief of Police is the Criminal Justice Cabinet. Sacramento Homeless Policy Council, 1 vacancy.
I was on that, but honestly, I think because it's a lot of the people on there are the mayors of the other cities. I think they don't meet very often. When do they meet? How often is it? It's like quarterly, right?
Yeah.
So it's not very often, Jay. I think
What time?
it's usually
3, was it 3?
it's like 3 in the afternoon. They only meet once a quarter, so it's not very. But it's you got Mayor Steinberg. It's like 20 people, and they're all mayors of other cities. It's a
Okay,
It's a
that-
big deal.
that sounds
I think
great.
the mayor should do it.
Thank you.
Next is LAFCO. We weren't in position. We share rotation schedules with Folsom, Rancho Cordova, Citrus Heights, Elk Grove, and Isleton. And we are now up for 2 years as an alternate city member, with City of Isleton as the city seat.
So what does that mean?
So it's just the alternate. If City of Isleton representative can't meet, it would be City of Galt. And they're currently being held via Zoom, the first Wednesday of the month at 5:30.
In the afternoon?
5:30 p.m.
Yeah, interesting. If no one else is, I'll do it.
Then we have Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality, Papineau, and Vandenberg as the alternate. Remain the same. Sacramento Cable Commission, Kevin Papineau.
I would like to stay on that. We discussed the Form 806. Perhaps this needs to be added to that because there is a stipend.
Okay, I'll add that because we weren't on that for a while.
Yeah, that's brand new, and actually in the description it can be updated to say that we have our own seat.
Okay.
That's right.
Sacramento Public Library Authority, a vacant position, and alternate is the City of Isleton, so one position.
That's me currently. I'll keep that.
Sacramento Transportation Authority, one vacant, one alternate.
I will keep that.
Do we have an alternate?
What is it?
Yes.
Second Thursday, 1:30, Sacramento.
Second Thursday. It's the alternate. Who's are you the lead? Okay. If it's a live meeting at 1:30, that's kind of tough for me. But if I'm only the alternate, do you pretty much make most of them? Okay, that's fine. I'll do it.
And then South Sacramento Conservation Agency, one vacancy with Jay Vandenberg as the alternate.
I will keep that.
Okay, so if there's nothing,
Actually, I have a quick question.
Mhm.
So Mayor Vandenberg, I mean, so tell me, what was your interest in being on the youth commission? I mean, did you talk with them and you were interested in joining, or?
No, I guess it's an area I want to expand.
I mean, I like doing it, but if you think you'd be passionate about doing it, I mean, I would be willing to relinquish it.
Can we add an alternate and then we could maybe share the load, or you think that's bad?
I don't think an alternate is in our bylaws or in the.
Right, we could change that though. I mean,
Yeah, is it in the municipal code though that sets that up? Is it bylaws?
pardon me?
Where do we have the idea of the whether there's an alternate or
It's
just
usually in the municipal code.
okay? So we'd have to modify the municipal code.
Yeah.
Couldn't do that tonight, obviously.
no.
I mean, it's a great group. I mean, I think I could still be involved at some level, just not as an official council appointee.
Okay.
So if you wanted to be the official council appointee, and I'll just try to be involved, I'd like to stay.
Be great.
The group, okay. So
Thanks for the support.
Change Galt Youth Commission to Vandenberg.
And again, did I miss it? Because I didn't hear Consumers Groundwater Authority, or is that just carryover?
That's a separate one. That's not that, you did that through Public Works,
Yeah,
through a staff report. It's not an,
okay, just want to make sure.
yeah.
I have a quick question, and I know we're done with this, but when would be the appropriate time to talk about well, you know what, I'll just stop there because it's coming up. I think next month we're going to talk about appointees to outside committees.
Right, right. When I bring that sort of briefing back for council and for the public, that would be the perfect time to talk about council's expectations.
Generally is, I know we did a lot of work, 4 years ago on trying to streamline some of that with all of our, my question is going to be more around we make a couple of appointments that our citizens sit on boards that are outside of our jurisdiction and represent us, and they have terms that don't coincide with the rest of the group.
Right.
Right? So my question is more along the lines of, can we reevaluate prior to somebody's term being up?
That's, I will definitely bring that.
Are you talking like Measure R?
No, like we talked about the other day in your
Tom
office.
Molson on? That-
So I just
why
want to
don't
at
we-
least maybe have that conversation as part of it.
Right. So I'll huddle with the city attorney, and we'll find out what a council's authorities. We already know what the appointing authority is, but we'll dig into what's their ability to
reappoint.
Reappoint. Yes.
Thank you.
And I do need a motion on this, the last appointments.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Farmer, second by Councilman Lozano. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Sandu?
Aye.
Councilmember Papineau? Aye. Councilmember Farmer?
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano?
Aye.
Mayor Vandenberg?
Aye. L, communication by staff.
First thing I wanted to do, and I'm going to call Chief Kalinowski up and Public Works Director Mike Selling and Economic Development Manager Amy Mendez, and they have some information to provide to the council and to the public. But the thing I wanted to do before we did that was we presented the strategic plan earlier tonight, and it's 20 pages of accomplishments. And the thing that I need to do is thank the executive team and their respective staffs for all the work that they've done. That document doesn't come together without a whole lot of folks pulling in the same direction to make council's policy directives, bring those to fruition. So I wanted to thank them all publicly. First up, Chief Kalinowski. Was that a mistake? Should you be last, or?
I think Amy was trying to get in front of me, so I had to sit in front of her. It's a little game we play. Sorry, Mayor, council members. A couple items. First, as you know, last Tuesday we had the holiday open house at the police department. And on behalf of the staff, I appreciate the support from all the council members who attended and staff who was there, including a city clerk and a city manager and other staff. It was well attended. The staff's already talking about what they want to do for next year. As I sidelined the conversation with folks, in September or so, everybody was pretty burned out and tired, and I asked them one more time, is this something that you really want to do? And they did. And what you saw was a reflection of their individual ideas. They did it all without my direction. They did it with my support. So it's important to know that this was a team effort from the entire organization, including support from the school district. Both high schools provided the artwork in the hallways as an example. And I know other people in the community have expressed interest to support in upcoming years with things like cookies and different things like that. So it was a fantastic event. Very happy to have had it and launch us into the holidays. The second item is that I mentioned, or similar to what I mentioned last time, is that on January 15th at 12 o'clock, we'll be out here at the memorial for Kevin Ton's 10th annual remembrance. And then we will have a reception afterwards, which will include city staff and elected officials here at Littleton. And then lastly, we will be opening up some positions for police officer, including police officer recruit. And we are going to be doing one internal for existing city staff just before we launch the, for the external folks. I know we have one internal person in the PD, but we want to give people in the city other chances to that may want to be officers to take a shot at it. So we're going to do that, and we continue to hire and fill our positions. Want to congratulate all of you for your new positions and your elections. And on behalf of the police department, we look forward to working with you for the next 2 or 4 years. Thank you.
One quick question, please. I lost my phone Thursday, so I don't have the passcode to get the picture with me and my son Ray. So can you forward that to me?
Yes, we will have staff forward that to your email.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Chief. Next up, Amy Mendez, our Economic Development Manager.
Good evening. Again, briefly just wanted to extend an invitation to all of the council members from the owner of the La Quinta Inn and Suites. They are going to be having their grand opening and ribbon cutting ceremony on January 10th at 11 a.m. There's an invitation, I believe, that the city clerk will be sending to you, and all of council, department heads, we're all invited. So it'd be great if you're available to see you out there. And I would just briefly like to thank publicly the city attorney and our public works director and our folks in the building department for really going the extra mile in the last couple of weeks to get that project to be ready to open. It was not an easy task, but we were able to get them to the finish line, and they're going to be open within the next couple of days. So everybody's invited, January 10th at 11 a.m. Lunch will be served, and I know that they were anxious to be able to provide a tour to all of the council members of the facility. So that's it. That's all I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Ms. Mendez, I also took a tour of the La Quinta, and it is very nice. It's a great compliment to our town. Next up, Mike Selling, our Public Works Director.
Hi, good evening again, Council. Yeah, a couple of things. I just wanted to appreciate Councilmember Lozano's prompt earlier about the food waste pails. I failed to mention that in my remarks. We've got still about 2,000 pails available from the grant that the city received from the state. So anybody that needs one, I would encourage you to come on down to Public Works over on Industrial, and we can get you one. We've been giving away probably about 50 to 75 a day for the last probably week plus anyway, and I think we've given out about 1,500 so far. So for anybody that wants one, as long as you live in the city, that's the only prerequisite, and you can come pick one up. And then the other thing, I see that there's some more rain forecasts next week, and so just a reminder to folks, want to encourage folks to clean up any leaves that they may still have lingering around, just to keep them out of the storm drains, and just helps us all out and keeps us high and dry, so to speak. So with that, I'll say Merry Christmas, and also congratulations to the council on the reorganization and on the re-elections, and look forward to working with you all in the coming year. Thank you, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
I just want to say thanks, Mike, to your guys for being so quick out there for the leaves. They came, when I talked to you, they were like out that, you were saying, well, maybe tomorrow, and they were out there that same day. And yeah, I try to keep on top of it, but just so many, but they did a great job. They made it manageable. So thanks.
Yeah, no, and thanks to Parks and Rec, it was kind of a team effort,
Okay.
so as well. So yeah, no, thank you. Thanks.
Mayor Vandenberg, that concludes staff comments.
Thank you, City Manager. M, comments from city council members, agenda items. I believe it starts with the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Always, and first of all, thanks you for the staff giving us detailed reports. Thank you for the public comment. And again, I would like to express my gratitude to the citizen of Galt, re-elected to me, the Galt City Council, with a very strong finish. Thank you for the Galt citizen. And I also give the congratulations to Mayor Vandenberg, and I have no doubt in my mind he will lead the city. I also attend a few events in last couple of weeks. I attended the luncheon hosted by South County Services. It was great seeing all the senior and also seeing outgoing Supervisor Don Natoli. I attended the open house holiday event at Galt Police Department. A lot of family and kids came out and really enjoyed themselves and getting a tour of all facility. And Chief know that. I also attend holiday food box distribution by Sunrise Rotary, Sunrise Food Pantry. I believe we passed around 100 30 dinners, but Council Member Lozano might be know the exact numbers. And that's all, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councilman Pompano.
Thank you all for a great year to the staff, top to bottom. And there's a lot of events I could talk about that I attended that were nice, but I would leave you with this. I attended Saturday the Wreaths Across America at the Galt Arno Cemetery, organized by the Cemetery District and the newly formed veterans group in our city. If you're not familiar with it, the goal is to place a wreath at Christmas time on the grave of every veteran, whether they died in service or not. They had a modest goal for their first year of 150 out of a total of 650, and they exceeded their goal, and we laid 267 wreaths. And it was a very well done, professional and solemn ceremony, paying respect to each member or each branch of the service and those listed as killed or missing in action and first responders. So I would just say it's a good reminder that regardless of what traditions you celebrate or what holidays you celebrate, just keep in mind those people who have served or are serving to preserve that right for you to celebrate as you wish. So Merry Christmas.
Sorry, Councilman Farmer.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to say thanks to the staff who all came to the South Canada Services dinner. I mean, there was a lot of you there, and all the council members. It was a great event, like it is every year. I really enjoyed participating in that, but it was really fun, and I'm glad everybody that came helped could make it. So thank you all. You know who you are. And just again, thank you to people who voted us for second term, especially, they're probably not watching right now, but failed to mention earlier, to my wife and my daughters for their support. It's not easy. The life of an elected official takes a lot of time, and you have to make real sacrifices, especially with family. And so it was not an easy decision to do another 4 years, especially because of them. But I appreciate their support and allowing me to continue to serve. So thank you to them. And want to wish everybody a safe and happy holiday, Christmas, and a new year. And then one last thing I just wanted to mention as a future agenda item, and not to go into detail, but at some point over the next year, I mean, this is not time sensitive at all, as long as it gets done before 2024, but now that the election is officially over, I would really like to revisit our municipal code as it pertains to elections. I think there's a lot of things in there that are really outdated and were designed for certain purposes, like everything from the contribution amounts to all kinds of things. I think some of them aren't even, maybe not even legal per se, as Frank and I had a conversation, but I think we need to really revisit that and revamp it, maybe with the cost of things nowadays, and also make them more in align with the county, because the county has certain rules and the city has different. It's really confusing, and after I've done this twice now, it can be very confusing. And even the reporting now, we have mail-in ballots. A lot of people vote early, but we're still having to do the reporting like right up to so I would like to see it come back at some point next year, as long as it's before the 24 election, so we could look at that as a council and decide if we want to make any changes to it. So I just wanted to mention that.
I would agree with that, and I brought it up before. I'm sorry. My understanding is that some of that, it was done by citizens' initiative, so it would have to go back to the ballot, if I'm correct. Go ahead, Mr. Lozano.
Do we need a majority to, and I would concur, so we can bring that back on the future agenda. Sorry, Mayor, did you concur as well?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Yep. If that wasn't clear, yes. Thanks for asking.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Farmer? I mean, yes, sorry, Farmer.
We'll get the titles down eventually.
Okay, so I won't go over all the other events that have already been talked about. I do want to thank the police department. I was telling the chief that that particular event, the open house, really helped people of all ages have a good understanding of what the police department does through a fun event that was, holiday themed, and it was just awesome. So good work to Val and everybody else that put that together. I'll just talk about a couple of items that haven't been mentioned. The fire department and police department did a toy drive. We worked on that on Saturday the 10th, putting toys in bags, and then also this last Sunday at the distribution. I think there was 100 and, no, it was more than that, almost like 500, but they still had like 25 that hadn't picked up on Sunday. So we're really reaching out to those in need, and it's an awesome opportunity. The Rotary Holiday Box giveaway was about 150 to 175. So, and then there were others that hadn't signed up that came in. So it was quite a few. I mean, we touched a lot of families there as well. And then just lastly, last night I had the opportunity to join the Historical Society Board and swear them into their new offices, and that was a great event. Talking about a high-functioning organization that does good stuff for this community. So that's all I have. Merry Christmas to everyone, and Happy New Year. Thank you to all the staff who work hard. Thank you to the community that comes out and helps support what our staff needs to do day to day to provide the best service to our community. And I will end on this note. The Wreath Across America, I think that event next year would probably be something that we should here at the city help do a little bit more about advertising and maybe have more representation from our council, because that was just absolutely amazing and touching. And we also had the opportunity to lay a wreath if we would like. So it was great. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to staff for all your reports. I appreciate it. It's been an interesting couple of years, and I look forward to the upcoming year. Hug everyone you love and tell them exactly that. Happy and Merry Christmas to everybody. And with that, I end the meeting at 10:37.